I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Yes, good morning. Supervisors Frost?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, September 25th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM, and a DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch.
Great, thank you. Ms. Evans, will you do us the honor of leading the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and welcome to everyone that is watching remotely. I have a few announcements here. In compliance with directives of the County, State, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. Of course, we do welcome verbal comments. To make a verbal comment today, you can dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to call to be placed in queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. When I open public comment for a specific agenda item or an off-agenda matter, the clerk staff will begin transferring you into the meeting. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Again, thank you for your patience. Of course, we also accept and welcome written comments. You can send your email comment to boardclerk@saccounty.net, and that's Sac County, SACCOUNTY, and your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Okay, with that, first item, please.
Okay, and I just want to let you know that you do not have any public comments right now waiting in queue for consent.
All right.
Okay, so your first order of business, you do have an off-agenda item, and I need a motion to determine the necessity to hear the item first.
So moved.
It's been moved by Supervisor Tolley, second by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And this is to adopt a resolution commemorating the 10th anniversary of the Ostomy Awareness Day, October 3rd, 2020.
Okay. I would move the item.
Okay. It's been moved by Supervisor Tolley, second by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
Okay, unanimous vote.
And I thank the clerk's office for your assistance.
And that concludes the clerk's notes.
Okay. Looking from my left to my right, any member of the board have an item they would like to pull for separate vote or consideration? Starting with Mr. Tolley.
Yes, Mr. Chair, on item 43 on our scheduled appointments this morning, I would ask that we hold over a portion of that as relates to the Lock Management Association. They're working through some insurance coverage issues, and so I'd just like to put it over for 2 weeks to October the 6th, if we could, please.
Okay. All right. So, do we need to take a vote on that right now, or?
Why don't we do that? It'll make it easier to keep track.
Okay, so that's a motion?
Yes, so moved.
The chair will second. Please vote.
Item 43 on our appointments.
Unanimous vote, and I'll just make a note in the record that this is to continue just the Lock Management Association
Yes.
appointments. The rest of them
Correct.
are effective today.
Correct, thank you. Any further items, Mr. Tolley?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Supervisor Frost? Supervisor Peters?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to let the record reflect I'm recusing from item 2 due to potential conflict of business.
Okay, very good. All right, Supervisor Kennedy? All right. Okay, with that, is there a motion for consent? Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Frost, second by Supervisor Kennedy. The record will show that Supervisor Peters is recusing on item 2. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good. Thank you. Next item, please.
Okay, so for your first hearing item, item 44 is the report on COVID-19 response.
Okay, Dr. Bielenson?
Oh, you know what? We'll need to take something out of order. That item is scheduled for 9:45. It's 9:36.
Okay.
My apology.
So do we want to do appointments?
Why don't we go ahead and do appointments, and that would be item 53.
Okay. While we're getting our paperwork here together, do we have anyone that has since come into the queue for items off agenda?
No, we have no
Okay.
off agenda or consent.
All right. So we'll do item 53, our appointments.
Okay. I'll try to talk very slow. Okay, so you are continuing to October 20th, the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. You are continuing to November 3rd, the Cemetery Advisory Commission, Casumnes Area Community Planning Advisory Council, In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, Local Child Care Planning and Development Council, the North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Orangeville Community Planning Advisory Council, the Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board, and the Sacramento County Mental Health Board. And for your matters today, the first one is the Assessment Appeals Board. Mr. Cerna.
Okay, Chiefs are recommending reappointing Ms. Manez Kazari. Apologies if I mispronounce that. And continue the remainder to October 20th, please.
Okay. Next, Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Peters.
Please continue to October 6th.
Okay. We have the Children's Coalition, Mr. Cerna.
Chiefs are recommending the nomination of Sarah Stokes, Kate Hazarian, and Anna Yokmiedes, and continue the remainder to October 22nd. Again, apologies on the pronunciation.
Okay. We have the Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Peters.
Please continue to October 6th.
Supervisor Frost.
Please reappoint Christopher Stahl.
Okay, and Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, need to continue to October 20th, please.
Okay. Will do. Sacramento County Youth Commission.
Okay, District 1 is nominating Kaylee Huang, and we are waiving the process.
Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay.
Okay, and then Supervisor Kennedy.
Reappoint Amelia Rose Engel and continue the remainder to October 20th.
Okay, and then Supervisor Frost. Excuse me, going out of order. Supervisor Peters.
I'd like to nominate and reappoint Haley Macon.
Okay. Supervisor Frost.
Is this Sacramento County Youth Commission?
Yes.
Please continue to 10/20, October 20.
Got it. And then Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, I just continued to October the 6th, and I would just say that I know we just got a real recent application. Actually had a phone interview yesterday evening with one of the candidates. And so if any other districts would like to have a bigger pool to draw from, I have some excellent candidates for the Youth Commission. Obviously, I have one more appointment, but I want to hold that over to October the 6th. So,
Okay.
so if District 4 would like to have an insight on a couple of good candidates beyond what might be in your district, I would be glad to have it over to you. Thanks.
Sheriff's Outreach Community Advisory Board. Mr. Cerna?
Yeah, please continue the item till October 20th.
Okay, and then we finally is our South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Kennedy.
Please continue to October 20th. Or no, I'm sorry. Appoint Sophia Muniff and continue the remainder to October 20th.
Okay. You said till October 20th?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, that concludes your nominations, and we still have 5 minutes.
Okay, we will stand in recess for 5 minutes.
And we do not have anyone off agenda.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and reestablish a quorum?
Yes, Supervisors Frost, Kennedy,
Here.
Natoli,
Here.
Peters, Cerna,
Here.
and you have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Before Drs. Bielenson and Kasuri give us our expected update on COVID-19 response activities. I just want to make a public announcement that we are going to keep the phone lines open. That is, the public is certainly welcome to call in and enter the queue for items not on the agenda. We're going to keep that open for the next hour, so until about 10:45. If there are those that are watching that wish to address the board on any item not on the agenda, certainly you're welcome to, in the next hour, enter that queue, and you will be heard in the order that we receive you. All right, Dr. Bielenson.
I'm going to read that item into the record again. Item 44 is the report on COVID-19 response.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us again. Just want to report basically on the cases and hospitalizations first, and then quickly on the colors, and then on our spending. So we are at 21,628 cases. We have 120 people in the hospital related to COVID. 40 of them are in the ICU. And we have about 370 deaths. So it's basically stable in terms of the cases, although we're actually including Folsom Prison in our dashboard and not in the state's viewpoint. And we're way down in hospitalizations by almost 200%.
Compared to when?
We were down at from about 4 or 5 weeks ago. We were down from 300 to 120. Sorry, about 66%.
Supervisor Kennedy?
You ran that real fast. The Folsom Prison thing, I was actually thinking about this the other day. They're not counting those in our numbers.
They're not counting. The state is not counting them in our numbers. We count them in our dashboard. But
Okay.
the state's numbers are what matter.
Okay, thank you.
That's important to know because
Yeah.
Yes.
people are confused by that. I have a number of
750,
questions.
750 cases in the last 5 weeks or so.
Yeah.
So the good news, although I don't want to jinx it, is that if we continue at where we are right now in our percent positive testing and our cases per 100,000, by next Monday, next Tuesday, they announce the numbers, we should be in the red. We're right now in red in one and orange in another, and that means we stay in red, we'd go to red, but that's down from purple, so that's a good thing. And that would allow us to open to some extent, not a huge amount, but to some extent. And that leads to this following campaign that we have going, which is called Turn Sacramento County Orange by Halloween. Yes, thank you. I was waiting first to see your response because that was my idea, but I'm not creative in any other way.
Let's not call it till the Giants make the World Series.
Yes. Or the Orioles, which is even more.
And we want yellow by Thanksgiving.
Yeah, yellow by Thanksgiving. That's good. That's good. So we launched the campaign, a soft launch yesterday. We'll have a firmer launch on next Monday. We have decals. It's a little pumpkin with a mask on it, which will be cute. And we're pushing people to do 3 things only, to be able to get us down to orange. That is wearing a mask 100% of the time indoors, 6-foot social distancing whenever you're indoors or outdoors, and third, no indoor gatherings outside of your immediate family or your family bubble. Those 3 things we think will allow us to move to orange. We've already moved towards red, obviously, but if we can focus on those 3 things, that'll help us to move to orange. And the idea behind it is we feel, I think Olivia does as well, that we're at a kind of a message impasse, if you will, a message fatigue, and people don't know what they can do when they hear that this is open or that's closed or whatever. So if they're focusing just on these 3 things, we think we can move to orange by Halloween.
Can I ask a question about the following month and the holiday in that month, which is Thanksgiving? There's going to be a great amount of social expectation, if not pressure, that people are going to want to have family gatherings outside of their immediate household. So what are we doing to prepare to remind folks gently, but with a sense of urgency about the do's and don'ts around Thanksgiving?
Yes, we are working on those guidelines with the state. We're not putting them out just yet. What we're putting out right now is the Halloween guidelines, so those should be available very soon. And again, focusing on what Dr. Bielenson has said, just reminding people about a few things that they can do to keep everybody safe and to get our numbers down. As far as gatherings, we're waiting to see what the state will say about that. But again, our main message is keep within your family unit or within your household unit.
And the good thing about Halloween, obviously, is that it's outdoors. So people can
Well,
be
sort
outdoors.
of. It's sort of
Well,
outdoors.
but we can encourage people not to have people inside and then go outdoor. I mean.
For Thanksgiving?
Not, did I
For
say
Hall-
Thanksgiving? I meant
For Halloween.
Halloween.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
You said Halloween. You said
Okay.
well,
Halloween.
I can't hear him very well.
All
The
right.
podium's not tall enough.
Halloween.
Sorry.
The Halloween people tend to be more outdoors than Thanksgiving, which is obviously an indoor family gathering, and we'll have further guidelines on those coming forward.
Supervisor Natoli?
So if we were to move to red, could you just briefly say what else would then be able to be allowed under that
There are a wide
color?
variety of things on that list of 40 or so. That the state's website, covid19.ca.gov, at ca.gov, is very good in terms of listing what kind of things are going to be available depending on what color we're in. And it'll be things like restaurants at 25% indoor, correct? Cultural organizations like churches or other things, 25.
Could you, I'm sorry, could you go back to the restaurants? I assume that's other indoor gatherings at 25%. Is there a maximum on that?
There.
Or just 25%?
There's 25% or 100, whichever is less. That's in cultural
Or 100.
gatherings. In restaurants, it's 25% of capacity. And there are literally 40 iterations of these things, which we can provide for you, but you can also go on COVID-19.
And so our infection rate, which last week, was still and I don't know if there was a lag in what was reported in the B, was at 9. We had to be 7 or less for 2 weeks.
We are below. We're at 6.6.
Correct.
And we're at 4.8% which is orange, so
Positivity.
there are two criteria. One is the number of cases per 100,000. It's got to be under 7. We're at 6.6, so we're
Okay.
red. That's red. We're at orange because under 4.9% of tests that are positive, we're at 4.8%. So we're actually orange already in that. But because we're deeper, more restricted on one of them, we take the more restricted number, color.
Okay, and so when you say next Monday, does the state make the determination
Yes.
at the beginning of each week? Is that why?
Yes,
Monday?
and it comes out Tuesday morning. Officially, it actually comes out Monday night.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay.
And also one thing that will be of interest to a lot of people that we've had questions about is once we get into the red and we're in the red for 2 weeks, the schools will be allowed to open. So we're working with the schools. They've been asking us what's going on. So again, we'll be touching bases with them on that.
And we meet regularly with SCOE. We just met, the two of us met with them yesterday. We meet with them probably once or twice a week.
Okay.
It is very likely that the public schools, a lot of them will not open when we turn red. Most of the private and parochial probably will open just because they're smaller.
And yesterday was a report in the news, or maybe I saw it this morning, that in San Diego, when they had the return of students to the university, and then they had a spike in the cases, that they may move them from one tier to the next. And what does that do to businesses, to cultural organizations, and so forth? If that happens, then
If you get put to a more restrictive
yes.
tier, you're in the more restrictive tier, and then you lose some of the unrestricted
So you have
things.
to tell folks you're shut down again, or you're
Yes.
locked down. So people start dining in restaurants at 25%. I'm not saying this is
That's
obviously.
exactly
Hopefully,
right.
we're going to keep moving forward, but. So then restaurants have to go back to another protocol, and churches close again.
Which is why they want you to stay in whatever color you're in for 3 weeks and two weeks solid before you move one way or the other.
Right, I get
which
that.
is the confusing part. But so the counties have a decent period of time to be able to.
Correct.
Yeah.
So for example, I just used the San Diego. I don't know all the details, but they have time. How do you do that though? If you got that spike in cases, what do you do? It was a cluster at a university, but then that can throw every business in your
Yes.
county and communities back into a different,
Yes.
more
as-
restrictive.
As far as it's listed, it's done right now. Yes.
Is there no allowance? If you identify a cluster
So
that
we've run into this issue with areas of the county, like should we count Galt, which we shouldn't count separately, but for example, Folsom now, or Granite Bay. Is Granite Bay in the?
no, that's in
That's in Placer, right?
Placer.
But Folsom, for example, it depends. We've been getting comments from restaurants and other businesses that are in areas that don't have as many cases. We're not allowed to break out the county by different areas of the county where we are the county. And so it's the same with that. If we had but we're,
But well, and again, in drawing no analogy to the institution, but the question I asked earlier about Folsom Prison being counted in or not, but you get a
that does not count.
Right. But if you get a state university where the county doesn't control, who reports to the university or if they're going to do distance learning or whatever, so you get this spike. Again, it's in another county, but it just concerns me as kind of the erratic approach to this. Again, I'll say at the state level is that you can carve out over here for a penal institution, but for educational institution that the counties and communities have no control over whatsoever. Health officer's order can apply, I guess, but and then they get a spike, and then everybody in the county who may be following the rules, but you get a spike, and you get, you can't carve that out.
I don't want to particularly argue for the state, but I think the reason is that obviously in Folsom Prison they're incarcerated. In the Sac State, if this was going to happen, although Sac State is online, there could be a lot of asymptomatic people.
More people could again spread it in the community. I get it,
but I hear your point. We've been very, very, very limited in terms of granting waivers for anything. In fact, except for elementary schools, we haven't been able to give waivers for fitness studios or other organizations, which I know you guys hear about from all the time.
Just one last question I have then. So on this point, the fitness studios, are they still in tier they're in the orange?
In red, they're allowed in to 25%.
In red they will, but right now they still have to operate outside.
Okay, but in red they would be able to.
A small
operate inside,
percentage of it, yeah.
Okay, all right. Fingers crossed for lots of reasons.
Yes,
Let me go through the spending now, if that's okay, unless you had other questions.
about that.
Supervisor Frost?
Yes, sorry, I just had a couple questions. When the schools open, will it be K through 12?
So when schools, the waivers are pre-K through 5th or 6th? Sixth grade, and the schools are everything, K through 12.
So when you said when we get to red, the schools
Then
will
schools
open?
can open, including all the way up to 12th grade.
Right. Once we're in the red for 2 weeks, the schools will be allowed to open, and they do not need to get a waiver from us. So basically, we will go back to the plan that we had where, for example, SCOE, many of the school districts already had plans for being able to go into hybrid. So they will be, I'm sure they're beginning to look at that right now, and we'll know in more detail when they expect to open, but they will be once we're in red for at least 2 weeks.
Are you able to, right now, issue waivers for those zip codes that have almost no cases?
No,
since they're in, well, we can't change the rules for the county in general, but you said you can issue waivers. So wouldn't it be based on their numbers?
It's on their desire to be open. So it's for pre-K through 6th grade. We've gotten 20 applications or more than that.
We've had 26 applications
20
for 15 granted.
And they're all parochial or private schools. So, and that tends to be who's requesting the waivers, or the smaller schools that have easier time doing that.
But you're not doing it based on numbers. You're doing it based on
their application.
Okay, but if they submit an application and they're in a zip code that has almost no cases, they're probably likely, if they have a good plan, to get a waiver.
Yeah, so the application is not dependent on the zip code. It's just dependent on K through 6th grade. So all they need to do is submit according to the guidelines that we have provided.
So the guidelines are based on the whole county, not on you. There's no way you can make a consideration.
But it includes things like parents and parents support, staff support, things like that.
And what about extracurricular bands, sports? Will that be impacted when we go into the red?
We have not received any additional guidance apart from the sports conditioning.
Oh, I guess we're waiting on that.
Yes.
So we're not sure.
Yeah, we're not sure. There are some things like adult sports that are not addressed in the guidelines, which are problematic because we get asked about them a lot.
Okay, I'm still getting those questions, so anxiously await your answer on that. Thank you.
Sure.
Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about churches. I've kind of gone through all the school stuff, but having quite a few comments about churches and what they can and can't do. And I was out at one of the churches yesterday, and Dr. Bielenson helped me respond to them. But it sounds like the numbers of people that will be allowed are similar to large gatherings, I guess.
They are. They're cultural gatherings. They're called.
They're called what?
Cultural gatherings.
Cultural gatherings.
So for red, it's 25% of capacity or 100, whichever is less.
Okay.
Orange is 50% of capacity or 200, whichever is less.
Okay.
That's the indoor.
But still
guidelines.
practicing with the
Yes,
masks and the
with masks, yes.
sanitization,
Yes,
that
because
sort of
they're
thing.
indoors.
Okay. And then I had a question about the website that we use, the county website. I don't know, who manages that? So in public health, I find it to be overly I don't know if it's complicated. It's a little hard to guess what's behind all the links. And for instance, of course, the governor's made a big deal about the color of the county and that sort of thing. And on our website, it's called California Tier Assignments for Counties. And so I think people in the public are shorthanding it. Are we red? Are we orange? Are we, what are we? And I would like to see some reference on that to color coding of the counties or something like that, so people don't have to look all the way through it and guess which one of these links it would report to them where we are. And then and once you figure that out, you can see what it is required in the red, orange, purple categories. But I mean, I'd like to see actually that on our website as opposed to a link, to make it easier for people to understand and answer their questions. Or, so if there's something that can be done to make that more accessible to the layperson, I think that would be very helpful.
Okay.
Sure.
Why not just to follow on that? Months ago, I suggested that we have something very bold at our county portal, which we do. We've had it for months. It's big red banner says "Go here for COVID response." That's how you enter the detailed page on the subject. Why not have that what is currently
Color.
red, the color code of the current color code tier of the county, maybe with a little footnote below it, say this is, the current condition for Sacramento County. That way someone who just wants to know that information, like where are we at, they don't even have to go past that. They understand it, and that way we can use it progressively as we hopefully change to the lower restriction tiers.
Okay.
Just a suggestion. Supervisor Tully?
I'm sorry, I wasn't quite finished.
Just on the same topic, yeah, just a finer point, but, just maybe, what are we today? We're still purple, just each day updated. And then the other categories, the infection rate and where you're at red and orange. And so, I mean, then if they want further explanation to go into it, but kind of just, a daily scorecard.
Yep.
Which, again, as you get this campaign ramped up and you're going forward trying to encourage folks to do that, hey, either we're static or we're making progress, or that, it can be very simple. I mean, just a simple update, status update every day with the colors. I like what my colleagues have said. I think it'd be a good way to convey very simply, and then if people want more, they can go dig as deep as they want to. So.
Sure, we'll take that back.
That's it. To go further into detail than necessary, and that this to me seems a web page that's more for people who are in public health as opposed to the public. And if someone could take a look at it and make it a little bit more public friendly, I think that would be good. And then when you back to the churches, when we get to that point that they're allowed in, could you think through and comment on singing? Because that's an important element for churches, is the singing. When I was out yesterday, we talked about that, and they would, I guess, they'd really like to be able to sing. And most of them, the big churches, have live music, and so when it gets to that point that we're allowing people in, which would be in red, will you have a plan for the singing?
That is actually already outlined in the state order, and even for indoors, the churches are not permitted to sing. So we'll continue to bring that request to the state and see if there's an additional reconsideration. But that at this time, if they're outside, they are allowed to sing wearing face coverings, but not inside.
And there's a good rationale for that, as I'm sure you know, which is it's expectorating much further than otherwise.
I do understand, but it's just a really important part of the service, and I think it will be hard to enforce amongst their congregants. So, anyway, thank you.
Yeah.
Now I'm finished.
A question about gyms. They've been some of the most outspoken, some might even say forceful, in terms of kind of challenging both state and county orders. What do we expect in terms of the progression through the colors? How are we communicating specifically with that particular industry in the unincorporated county to make sure that they understand we're this close? So, just be just a little more patient in terms of what they can and can't do. I don't know that I heard you say anything distinctive about the difference between red and orange. That's probably where the crux of the matter is, more so than between purple and red.
Yeah, so gyms and fitness studios are treated the same, which is probably problematic. I meet regularly with the fitness studio leaders. They have a group of like 60 or 70 people. I do Zooms with them fairly often. There'd be a 25% of capacity at red, 50% of capacity at orange. So would the gyms, right?
Correct.
And so that's the answer.
So they're more or less. So I just want to make sure I hear you correctly. Are they more or less being treated and/or would be regulated the same as any other indoor activity?
Most of the indoor activities, yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Let me
Go
give
ahead.
our report, and then Olivia will fill in. First, on the 23. Do they have this?
You have a PowerPoint? Is that
Do you have a hard copy of it?
Of your report? I don't think we do.
No.
Do we?
No, I'm
No, I don't
sorry.
think-
I'll make sure we do that in the
Okay.
future. So of the 23.4 million, 11 million has actually been spent, 8.2 million has been encumbered, and that leaves only 4.186 million of approved funding remaining of the $23.4 million that you've approved. That includes business reopening navigators, contact tracers, the COVID testing through STEM Express. By the way, our testing now is at 20 to 30 hours max, which is tremendous turnaround.
This is all out of the total of roughly 69 million?
No, yes, out of the
Yes.
yes,
Okay.
correct.
Thank you.
And the community-based testing, there's the only thing that's really remaining is about 2.8 million of the 4.1 million, which is primary health and public health. Did you want to touch on that?
I'll give an update.
All
after
right.
I do.
And then the 45 million group is 1.6 million has been spent, 17.995 or 18 million is encumbered, and about 25 million is remaining. Most of the money that's spent, that 17.995, 17 million of it is for communications, media, isolation, quarantine, working with the community-based organizations, et cetera. So it's kind of they're subletting it, they're subcontracting it to a variety of community groups.
Okay, so as far as public health and primary care, we've been able to hire 64 on-call and registry personnel to add to the staff that we have. So many of them are still in training, but definitely it's helped with being able to create different groups. For example, we have a team now that's dedicated to being able to respond to the schools. We have another team dedicated for outbreaks. And then also we've been able to contract with the mobile integrated health units. That was units that Supervisor Natoli was very interested in. So our plan is to contract with 5 agencies. So far we've contracted with 2, and within the first week, they had requests for 600 tests.
Wow.
So this was a service that was very needed because the long-term care facilities are required to test on a weekly basis. So this was a huge impact on them when they were trying to do it on their own. So as we bring more of the units on board, we'll be able to cover all of the testing needs that they have. We also have a contract with one of the community-based agencies, La Familia, and this one is specifically to be able to work with individuals in agriculture and the food service industry, because we know that these have been hit hard. And so some of the barriers that they have had in being able to obey the orders of isolation and quarantine have been things like housing, being able to isolate by themselves, and then also food. So La Familia will be working with other agencies to be able to make sure that these individuals are able to isolate and quarantine safely, and that will help in bringing those numbers down. We also, as part of the 18 million, we had contracted with Sierra Health Foundation, and the reason for that, it was so that we could push the money out quickly, because they're able to contract with about 15 or 16 other community-based agencies to be able to provide the services, and that does include the 1.5 million for the Sacramento Food Bank.
Supervisor Frost?
Are you going to email us this written report?
Yeah,
Because it's
yeah.
a lot of information. I
I'm
don't
sorry,
think my
we should've-
notes are
we should've-
adequate.
it's
That's
my
great,
fault.
thank you.
Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, Dr. Kasseri, has there been any outreach to South County Services? I know they have Spanish-speaking staff members, and they have direct connections to folks certainly in the Deep Delta, but also in that Galt Herald area. We're in the midst of harvest season, as you're well aware, with, I mean, all night long, folks are working in the fields. Obviously, some of the folks aren't necessarily cloistered on machinery, but some of the harvesting techniques and so forth do involve not just labor intensive, but folks working in pretty close proximity. Have we done any outreach to South County Services? We have existing contracts with DHA with them for provision of some essential services as it relates to food and vouchers for folks, but they're often, I think, aware of folks' housing situation. That's the other thing. Housing's limited in those rural areas, and folks, I can attest to this, I guess anecdotally, but oftentimes many family members or unrelated members living in the housing units during the harvest season. La Familia, I think, has some good contacts, but I would hope that we could outreach and maybe even talk with folks with the city of Galt and the city of Ileton in particular, city of Elk Grove, some in the area, but those two communities, they may have some other contacts with
Right.
schools and such. So have we done any outreach to South County Services?
We have done outreach to the City of Galt, but I don't recall if we've done outreach to the South County Services,
Yeah.
so I'll make sure that we do that.
We do have our Harvest for Health project that's going on, which would isolate and quarantine people who are from the agricultural workers,
Right.
and keep them out of the mass housing.
And I think South County can be very, very helpful in providing information. They know families that are receiving food assistance. They do distribution, as I said, not just in the southeastern part of the county, but in the southwestern, in the Delta. They go as far as to Sherman, Twitchell Island. So I would just suggest that get a hold of Maria Rosales down there. I can give you contact information, but she's ED. They have a small staff. They have 5 staff members, but they're out there, and I think could maybe help with some of the distribution of information, your campaign for Orange by Halloween, but also I think if they're your contact tracers, your teams of folks that are working, they would have good information, and would encourage you to reach out to them probably as soon as possible. Okay.
Thank you. We'll follow up and make sure that they're included.
Great.
I
Thanks.
had a question about the numbers, Dr. Kasseri, that you mentioned in terms of people hired and in training. Are all those that are in training expected to be out in the field, or some of them going to be at the primary care center? can you give us
Most-
some idea of what where and what they're going to be doing?
Most of them are actually at East Parkway, and they're the ones who are taking the phone calls and also getting the reports of positives and following up, doing the contact investigation and contact tracing. There are some that are helping primary care, and I believe some of them are also working on the homeless project and working with Liz Gomez.
Okay.
There are 90 to 100 contact tracers, is that right?
Right now, we have 100 contact tracers that are working
And
with us.
when do you expect their training to be concluded and they're going to be prepared then to go and actually augment the response?
So the most intensive training takes about 1.5 weeks. A lot of it is online, and then they also go through a training on the database, and then they continue to have training, but they start getting cases during the second week. So it's a quick turnaround, but our staff are also there to be able to help with answering questions as they come up.
And the contact tracers are obviously of great value, much greater value the smaller the number of cases we have, because with each case you can jump on it right away. With the 20 to 30 hour turnaround, we can get to the person who's positive, find out who they've contacted, and get them quarantined. So it's much easier than when we have thousands of cases.
Will any of these new health workers, will they at some point help relieve some of the strain that we've been hearing about and certainly are concerned about for all those of our health workers that have been working overtime and working, weekends and evenings? During my briefing with Dr. Kasuri yesterday, I raised that issue, and it seems to me that we want to accomplish two things with the additional personnel. We want to certainly enhance our overall approach to the response to the pandemic, but I think it goes almost without saying that we also have to be very cognizant of burnout and making sure that everyone from our public health nurses to the contact tracers that we had before are not going to be compelled to not do what they're doing any longer because of burnout. So I'd like to understand how we're kind of managing all of that.
Yes, our plan is that as they get more comfortable with their duties, that the core staff will be able to at least rotate and take some time off. One of the reasons we can't do that right away, apart from the training, is that especially with the number of cases, we were not actually able to, we were prioritizing the cases that we were doing contact tracing on, but now as we're bringing on more people, we're actually able to cover more. So two things: as the numbers go down and as they get more trained and more comfortable, we'll get to that medium where we'll be able to get to everybody, but at the same time be able to put in place that rotation so that the staff are able to get some time off as well.
Good. Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, I was just thinking along the same lines that with our public health nurses and obviously your managers and others who, are just, doing yeoman's efforts and have been for months and months. One of the things too, I know that it was, brought out when we had the discussion a few weeks ago here at the board that, that they're still expected in a lot of cases to maintain their regular duties, so to speak, and whether it's tracing, sexually transmitted diseases or children's health or, all the various components of public health that are well ingrained in what you do, day to day. How are we doing there? I mean, because again, you've borrowed folks for the pandemic, and borrowed them in the sense that they've been, working, extra long hours, weekends and such, as the supervisor certainly described. If you could just share kind of what's the plan then beyond giving them, a chance to catch their breath, well-deserved and long overdue, but also then those other areas which are, are public health related that, other things go on that need to be attended to. So what's the plan there? I mean, obviously I heard you say with the comfort level you'll be able to dedicate and hopefully you continue to bring the numbers down. But what about in some of those areas where you were, basically, having staff do double or triple responsibility, so to speak?
That's part of the plan also, especially for those that, as you mentioned, from the STD and the health education units that have been helping. As we get more people on board that are able to take over those duties, we'll be able to have some of those staff return to their regular work with the doing the contact investigation for STDs and also doing the health education programs.
And as a part of the overall force of folks that we're going to be hiring, we were going to be hiring more epidemiologists. We were going to amp up the lab capacity, both for testing, but obviously for support. How are we doing in that area? Have some of the hires, have they been in that area, or are you still recruiting for folks, or what?
We're still recruiting. In some areas we've been more successful. For example, we have additional microbiologists that are coming on and lab assistants that are coming on. And also for nurses, because of the contracts that the county has for registry nurses, we've been very successful in being able to get those on, as well as also office assistants from some of the temp agencies. I think where we're having a little bit of a struggle is, for example, with the epidemiologists, because we're basically competing with every other county in California, because they're all going through this of trying to recruit epidemiologists. So we're looking and appreciative to our HR. They've been working with us to look for ways of being able to successfully get those positions filled. So we're continuing to look at what we can do, and I believe that they have a new list of new candidates that we're going to go through and hopefully be able to hire through those.
I know as a part of this overall approach here, obviously the contract to get the, and again, it's good to hear that you said the turnaround within 30 hours. Is that what you said?
The testing is 20 to 30 hours.
Yeah. But we also were going to ramp up our capacity to, provide some of that testing as well. How far, have we made any measurable progress yet on actually ramping that up on this side of it? Obviously, we're contracting for some of that.
We're doing 25,000 a month compared to 6,000 a month.
Doing 25,000 a month, and how much of
testing.
and how much of that is county?
That's that's STEM Express. That's the county.
But part of the plan included us
Right.
doing more.
Them.
Yeah, I'll have to get back to you on what the specific is for the public health lab. We are in the process of ramping up. There's new equipment that's coming, new testing equipment that is coming on board, but I will get back to you on the specific number for the public health lab.
So we're not quite to 1,000 a day, about 900 and something a day.
Not yet, but we have definitely made progress in terms of being able to get equipment
In the public
to
health
be able
lab.
to do that.
We have in the community-based sites and
Right.
what's going on with STEM Express. There's thousands more tests being done per week.
Right. I heard you said 25,000 a month versus 6,000 a
Right.
month previously. But and what's our targeted capacity? If we could get up and running with all the
About 35,000.
35,000. So we want to 35,000 a month, which would be about 1,100 a day then.
Yep.
On average. Just thanks for that. And then on the mobile integrated health units, I'm glad to hear that. And I think certainly with the long-term care facilities. But you said you've executed agreements with 2 of the 5 agencies. Do you intend to have agreements with all 5 agencies? And then what would be the capacity for either responding to, if they have to do weekly testing, is it testing of employees or all the folks who live in those facilities, they have to be tested as well, or what's the requirement?
So it varies. For those that do not have active cases, they're required to test their employees on a weekly or 2-weekly basis, or every other week. But if they do have a positive, then they have to test both the employees and the residents. So we do have at least 15 facilities that have active cases. So we are still in the process of doing testing, and they have to do it for at least 2 consecutive weeks without getting any additional negatives. So it does vary by facility, but especially for the smaller ones, that they're the ones that have been struggling the most in being able to meet the requirements.
It makes a real difference. My mom's assisted living center had 50 positives out of about 90 people, And we did a lot of work with them to bring it down, and it's now at 0 with 0 staff. So it is doable.
And we talk about opening things up, but I can just, from personal experience, but I think, I hear from folks too, this inability, either in the hospital setting or in the skilled nursing facility, for folks to visit their loved ones, even if they're, in latter stages of some serious or terminal illness and so forth, that there's no ability to or very little to visit, to spend some time with before people pass away. That to me is very sad. I think you want to stem this disease spread and with, the safety risk it poses in the pandemic. So is that categorical? Is that purple versus orange or red, or is that something that we have the ability to, that it's not about a capacity, but the ability for people to, assuming that you can administer a test, you can get an immediate result, for people to see or be by the bedside of, aged, elderly, very sick, whatever their age. I can tell you that's running some hardships with folks. I've heard from, a couple of different people who are very sad about this.
It depends on, you can
Yes, it does depend, but right now, if it's an end-of-life situation, they are allowed to have visitation. But then as far as
Is that widely known, Dr. Kassiri, or is that something that, folks, say we doors are closed, we can't let you in, and and you may say that, but they administer it differently, and we can't control that. But I want to make sure that the hospitals, but also our skilled nursing facilities, some are small, some are big, that they know that.
They do. They do.
I'm not sure they do. I have a friend whose mother died 2 weeks ago. She was in the hospital for 11 days, and she wasn't allowed to see her. She died.
I've heard some same stories similar to that
Well,
they can't get in.
I'm sorry to hear that, and definitely if we do get to hear about it, we will provide them the information. But they do get information from us as well as from the state, because the state also gives them guidelines. Now, if they do have an active outbreak going on, it's more restrictive in terms of visitation. But again, even in those situations, for end of life, they should be able to be permitted to see their loved ones.
Can we send out an alert, maybe a posting that goes on the door? I mean, public health, we have contact with all those facilities. We don't license them all, but I want to be sure people know about that, because I've heard similar stories to what Supervisor Peters just recounted, and that makes me very sad that we, again, we want to guard against this disease spread. I'm sorry, Dr. Beasley.
So that some of the centers, they actually allow people to visit with a perfectly healthy person. So like I go visit my mom 2 or 3 times a week. And that's because there's 0 cases there, among other things.
Well, that's interesting. I think there's some maybe lack of consistency, either in understanding or the administration of that out in the field.
I don't disagree with you. I've been very disturbed by that as well.
Okay, so I don't know how we get to the root of that, but I'd like to make that kind of a priority amongst all the priorities you're dealing with, because to me, it's really important. It's important for people that, remain behind, but also for the people who, maybe in the latter stages of, whatever it is.
We agree.
And we'll definitely put out another notification about that to make sure that they know. And we have to depend on the lists that we have. And if there are people, or some of the facilities that are missing off of that list, that might be the reason why they don't know. But whenever there's new guidance, we make sure that we send out notification to all of the facilities. So we'll make sure. And
would you like to get a list of the facilities that we have, so if you know in your districts that if there are others that are not on the list, you could get to us?
That would be helpful. And I guess I would just say that, as you're bringing folks on, maybe you could have again, I know you get some really dedicated and hardworking staff, including the 2 of you as leaders in this whole effort. But maybe as you're bringing folks on, could you have somebody that may be dedicated to just be that liaison, or maybe they pay visits to make sure that that's clearly understood. I mean, again, you got different personnel, you got 24/7, shift, overlaps and so forth. But I just think that is just key.
I agree.
To helping us all work through a very difficult situation. So
let me close with the encampments, because I know some of you were interested in that. First of all, you did get the hard copy, I think, from yesterday. It shows that both and actually the piece that you got doesn't look like it goes with the other piece, but I was showing this so that you knew this had the CDC guidelines on it. Yeah. And the thing that says considerations for encampments is actually the CDC guidelines. And then to let you know that the state has used the same guidance. It's under this number 6 on the state of California guidance. So we can take questions on that, but first let me just mention that we've worked with our homeless advisory group, what's it called, homeless task force? Mm-hmm. And we put out a huge amount more of trash receptacles to pick up trash at the encampments. I think we have 24, I don't know, we have a lot of them. They're Atlas, the big bins. And then we have 50 porta potties and hand washing, all of which is required by the guidance. But we've heard you about the trash, and we've made an effort to get trash pickup out there as much as possible. So that's where we are.
Supervisor Frost?
Okay, I have a couple questions. I wanted to ask you, now I'm getting feedback from several areas in my district, the PBIDs and residents, issues where they're having increasing issues with the homeless. So my first question is, when a camp is on private property, is there a 72-hour notice issued, or do you just immediately remove them?
We don't, but the police or sheriff can.
Okay,
the health department doesn't remove people, right? We don't remove people.
Okay,
So if it's private property, they're not allowed on private property, and so that's treated as
Supervisor, to your question, I believe there are notice provided. I'll double check that for you, but I believe they do provide notice.
Even on private property?
I think so, but I'll double check for you.
So
Can I just jump in there? Because from a legal perspective, they do need to provide notice and opportunity for the encampment to disperse. And also regarding the property of the residents of the encampment, you need to post so that they know what will be taken, and if it is taken, where it will be stored. So that's the standard operating procedure, unless it's an
whether it's public or private.
Correct. Unless it's an imminent threat, like let's say it was on a levee and there was evidence that it was being, destroyed at the time, you could do it in a shorter time frame. But generally, it is 72 hours, even on private property.
So I'm told by people in my district and also by the sheriff department that they're being told to stand down and not move homeless camps. So when you say we don't, the sheriff does, and they have their own protocol. It's my understanding, based on the feedback that my office is getting, that the sheriff is being told to stand down.
If it's public property and they're not infringing on a dangerous place, that is correct. If it's private property, that's not correct.
So they're not allowed to use their judgment. That you're just basically, I'm not sure I understand. They have to come back and report to you on the situation, and rather than make a decision, or?
Supervisor Frost, I think Mr. Wagstaff has some more details on this.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean, I wanted for Peter to finish, but there's been a lot of questions about this, Supervisor, about what direction the sheriff has got or not. So we put out information last week as hopefully a clarifying point with a chart to try to explain what could be done under different circumstances. But we're going to pull together all the affected departments, including the sheriff's department, and talk about how this works. We've tried to establish a central contact point for the sheriff or anybody else to reach if they have questions about encampments. But one of the things we're going to talk about. So I really want to get people together so we can focus on what we're able to do, not so much what we can't do with these encampments.
Okay, so
I think what was missing in this is that we have gotten, you've given us feedback that there's, the sheriff's office is getting guidance not to do something, and what we're going to be working through is to have that come up for more clarification. Bruce is going to head that up. Public health will be in it. Sheriff, transportation. If it's damaging the levee, damaging the infrastructure, those are different rules we have on that, and not just take a no and stop at that point.
So the information that you sent from the state of California was issued in March 2020. Right. And then there was an update from the CDC that you gave us from August.
Right.
And the August...
Staying the same.
Pardon me?
It's remained the same since.
The August update says considerations for encampments. And considerations to me is not this is the rule or this is what you have to do. It means these are things you can consider, and we already have a policy in place for how we're going to manage homeless camps. And a big part of that consideration was all around public health and public safety, which your chart speaks to. The challenge, the question that I have kind of relates to setting up a protocol whereby our sheriff deputies need to contact someone to know what to do with a situation.
Right.
That is not good policy to me. I think they should. I think they've been working with this situation and managing it, and it's gotten worse. It's gotten worse than it was. I don't know how many encampments we're moving right now based on what we did. Do we know that? How many homeless camps are we moving now compared to what we did before COVID? Has it just come to a screeching halt and we're just not moving anyone and we're just kind of letting them stay there? Or are we still moving camps?
The private property, they're moving camps.
On private?
Yes, on
We're
private.
moving
I know
camps?
because I get called and I go out to them and
Because
see them.
this diagram, and I know I've been through this with you, Nav, but I want to get, I just want to say that in your diagram, you're talking about, posing the question, does it pose imminent and significant public hazard? And, it also mentions sidewalks, not sidewalk obstruction. So are we just going to throw away ADA regulations so that someone can we can't move them if they're on a sidewalk and now people can't use their wheelchair in the park because the sidewalk has homeless people on it? I mean, what about watershed and trash and needles and feces and children playing in the park and, just the whole atmosphere of, that public space and who's able to use it? Are they able to use that public space at the, cost of the community who normally would use it, but now they don't want their children, their dog to roll around on that grass that, that may be infected with COVID for all we know? So I'm bringing this up because I think we should be managing the homeless camps in a way. I think it's a public safety, public health. It's an obstruction for our businesses, and now from what I'm understanding, our sheriff department is being told, kind of, stand down, don't move them, or call us and we'll tell you if you can move them. Well, I think they've been managing the homeless situation amazingly, the HOT teams. So I think they're giving us considerations, but we can still make decisions about how we manage homeless in our county. And I think it's important that we, I would like to see us, put together some, go back to our normal guidelines and put together some, added, points relating to if they've been exposed to COVID or, COVID is just one more thing on top of the public health issue of homeless.
Right.
So-
Thank you. Go ahead, Peter.
A couple things. One, there's reason for it from a public health standpoint not to move the encampments, as we've talked about before, because people come there to give medical assistance, to do testing, et cetera, et cetera. The second thing is, what do we do with them? Just to be blunt. In other words, if we close down on a public property, what do we do with the homeless people?
You have to have a housing for them.
Right.
If you don't, you can't move them.
Well, that isn't what the Ninth Circuit Court said. It said you can move them if they're causing a public health or destroying vegetation or
Supervisor, you're
if
absolutely
there's
right.
criminal
Yeah.
activity, the law, there are laws that manage that, and that we have been working with. So
Oh,
there
to-
are situations where you can move them.
That's right. And so that was the intent of sending out our clarification last week. It's also the intent of bringing people together so that we can really be clear on the points that you're making here and make sure that we have good communication with the sheriff's office so that if they see a situation they have to deal with and they have questions about it, we can quickly respond to those questions and work with them to deal with the situations that they see. To your point about public safety, the public health order is very clear on that if there's an issue with public safety, that encampment can be dealt with. If there's an issue with infrastructure, that encampment can be dealt with. What we tend to do is send our outreach workers out there initially to try to hook up those folks with services and available housing, which, as was pointed out, is a moving target. But we do try to address those situations, and under the public health order, we still can address those situations.
Well, okay, so I'm just going to, I'm not going to, yeah, I think I'm trying to express a concern that I have around this because it seems like it's a growing problem, and I consider it a public health and a public safety issue. But my office is getting increasing communications that the homeless situation is exacerbated since COVID. And so I want to find a way to, outline, whatever that protocol is so that our sheriff doesn't have to be told, so they can manage it. And I think they're capable of that. They've been doing that. And also, I think, the question comes to me of, do you think it's better for a homeless camp to continue in that encampment? You know how it is. It gets filthy and the needles stack up and everything gets worse. Or is it more healthy for them to move down the road so that we can clean that location? And do you understand what I'm saying? What is better? To allow them to just stay in that unhealthy situation, or move them down the road so that we can clean it?
If they're moved down the road, they'll generate a similar situation. What's really needed is more motels, more housing, where we can move these people into, which is what comes from the guidance as well.
Well, I think we need to think about the residents. I have a resident in my district who had a homeless person in a field behind her house. She was worried about fire hazard. She was writing us, and then there was a fire, and that person was still there.
That's movable, though. That is
yeah, but
movable.
it didn't get moved. It wasn't getting moved. So that's what we're running into. We want to I want to see something better in the way we're dealing with homeless camps, so that people know what, they need to know what the rules are and be able to manage that situation is kind of what I'm looking for.
Got it.
Thank you. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I think you do. Thank you.
Supervisor Natoli?
Yes, thank you. Well, I looked at the flow chart, and I'm not so sure made it very clear. Maybe others that have contributed to this sequence of decision makings find it clear. I think, as you suggested, Bruce, certainly a meeting of folks. But when we left here 2 weeks ago, and obviously, tasked Dr. Bielens and Dr. Kassiri with, following up on some of the responses, but this is bigger than obviously just the public health aspect, and I guess I'm going to still bring it back to and I know you're working on it, but what sort of progress? Because even if you can deal with some individual situations, if we cannot offer them housing, it doesn't prescribe that folks can just do illicit activities or camp on private lands, but you got. Obviously, county council has been involved in this. I assume the district attorney, our social services, public health. I guess kind of what the plan is going into the wintertime. we're first day of fall here today. Obviously, folks, shelter is important. We struggle with that even pre-COVID, but certainly since the declaration and health orders from the state to the locals and so forth, we've seen situations that have, I think, become maybe more evident, but also I think greater concentrations and inability to, I think, deal with them certainly in a compassionate, in human service focused way, but also to get to some of the continued frustration that is being expressed by others who make their homes there as well and have businesses. And so when I look at this chart, I don't see anything really new here, and I don't know that this gives any additional direction. It maybe says if you get to yes and you can do this, or no, then you go to the next on down. But if we haven't got housing that we can offer to folks, and again, this isn't just for you, Bruce. I mean, this is the bigger question. What are we going to do?
So, Supervisor, I may respond to that. You recall in prior testimony during budget hearings before that, we're looking at our overall homeless plan related to COVID. So Ms. Edwards talked about our plan to try to extend the motels that we have operational, potentially get an additional motel. So there is an ongoing effort, notwithstanding what Peter and Olivia have spoken to today, to look at that whole question. And we're looking at that Exodus project that you recall came up during budget hearings.
For some of
so
the
there's a
folks.
number of things that are underway that we're looking at on a very fast track to try to address this.
So would it be possible between now and when we next come together on Tuesday the 6th, you're not going to have, obviously there's no miracle answer here, but to have a memo, because again, I think we were seeking some clarification, and certainly in one for us to have an understanding so that we could be responsive to the folks, but I think to have some idea beyond what we're exploring, what the goal is. Are we looking for a prescribed number of rooms? I know initially that as of next week we were going to lose some of the lodging facilities we had for folks going into the pandemic. Now we're going to extend those, as you've explained, but they may get us to December, but that's the beginning of winter. And so, I mean, again, I think we need to spend beyond just the public health some time talking about it, because I don't know what our strategy is. I mean, it's and I think if the frustrations continue to grow with folks about our inability to get a grip on the situation, then you may be able to onesie twosies here as if somebody's digging into the levee or whatever. But how are we going to come to grips with it? From public health, but also from a human standpoint and from a neighborhood and a standpoint too. So
we're actually scheduled, Supervisor, to provide an update to the board on October 20th on the overall housing and homeless situation related to COVID. And so that was our plan, is to come back to you at that time and lay out the whole thing for you. We can provide a little more in the interim, though, if that was your desire.
Well, again, Bruce, I just think, and when you read, like I'm sure most of us did over the weekend, on what it's costing for, 150 units or plus or minus, at $700,000 a unit. I mean, I think that we had quite a bit of focus in 2017 around this as a board and so forth, but the pandemic has layered on something that obviously has, I think, further compounded this. But I think we need to take a look at not that we're not doing good work and people aren't doing what they were challenged to do, but somewhere along the line, I think we're falling further and further behind. I don't want to say we're losing a battle, because it's not a battle. It's just we're falling further behind, and I guess I'm having a more difficult time each and every day of seeing, and it's not the task just you, Bruce. I mean, but all of us. What are we going to do as a community to one, work our way certainly out of the pandemic and be safe about that, but the long-term approach, because we know this housing issue is continuing to just put us right up against the wall.
So our plan was to come back to the board, as I said,
October 20th.
To lay out our overall intention on how we're going to address this situation. I'm not saying we're going to totally fix everything.
I get that, Bruce.
But it really is a matter of how we plan to utilize the resources we have, in addition to the resources that we're expecting from the state to be coming down, how we feel that should best be used. Remember, this has been a collaborative effort between our staff, the city, SHRA, Sacramento Steps Forward. And so we wanted to provide that update in October.
We may need, I'll just say this from my point of view, that we may need to reconfigure some of the approach that we, put forward, 3 years ago now, in order to address this. Because if, one of the things we're helping people, we've got some, good numbers to show for that, but we have a system that's just log jammed. You can't move people, you're not be able to move folks, and then I think it's compounded by pandemic, but, we obviously, there are other things, including, no bail, and, I think the Exodus Project, obviously for folks that were re-entering who may have been incarcerated for a period of time. But this challenge is just growing as a community, and, and then we're seeing some of the fallout effects on the parkway, in the neighborhoods and so forth. And again, people that are certainly in need, but our inability to really be responsive, and and not just from a law enforcement standpoint, but from a social service and standpoint. We've opened up more beds in drug and alcohol. We've got some focus, and again, we talked about it last week in budget. With the mental health piece of it, but I just think we need to have a comprehensive. And if that's coming October 20th, that's great. That's a few weeks out, but I'm as much in search of the answers and try to, as all of you are, but it seems to me that we're kind of nowhere with, with the answer that we got here. But I want to also ask about this community trash concerns. It says call 311. Is there somebody tracking those? And this is compounded by not just public-private property, but, different entities that own or are responsible. If it's not the county, it's Caltrans. If it's not Caltrans, it's RT right-of-way. If it's not RT right-of-way, it's Union Pacific. If it's not, it goes on and on and on. That takes time to sort out. In the meantime, though, the accumulation of trash can continue. And again, we need to be thoughtful about the way we approach it as to costs associated with and so forth. So why is 311 the solution? Or is there somebody tracking that?
I can explore the extent to which you're tracking it, but it's not just 311. Bear in mind from our previous testimony that Sacramento Steps Forward also has a contract for. They're really focusing on the encampments, and they have a contract with a vendor to also be dealing with trash. So the public health order does not preclude us from dealing with situation with trash, as the board has raised.
Yeah, I know we're going to have a conversation about a whole other aspect of that this afternoon, but just one other thing on the orange to red. I don't mean to leave this topic, but I want to put the question out there. So if we get into red, are we going to be able to open these chambers up to have people once again attend our meetings?
We actually just talked about that. Since it's a cultural or some type of thing, we potentially could open it partially.
To 25 or less than 100.
Yeah, well, we're going to check on that.
So So if that's the case, I'd like to have us take a look at preparations for that. I think that to me would be an important. I see Nav kind of looking at me, but I think that's important. If we move into a category, if we're able to do that again, I think it's important for conduct of our meetings. Okay, that's all I had. Thanks.
Supervisor Peters.
Thank you, Bruce. On the back to the homeless question, I wonder if examining the definition of damaging to infrastructure is an area we could look at.
Exactly.
And public safety. I have camps of people camping in the right-of-way, right next to roads where people are going 70 miles an hour. That seems to me like it's a public safety.
Exactly.
I don't know how it fits into infrastructure, but there that kind of thing. And if people have taken over sidewalks, that means the public is having to walk out in the middle of the street to go around them. Additionally, they could be hit by a car if it went out of, as it's driving down the road.
You raise a very good point, Supervisor, here, and we do have some flexibility, I think, to make those definitions. And it's hard to find a definition that addresses every situation, right?
Of course.
So that was part of the reason why we wanted to pull folks together. For example, I was talking to Department of Transportation last week, and there's a site where the folks are digging into some irrigation pipes and things like that. So it's hard to find a definition that addresses all situations.
And that's why your phone call should
work.
Right.
I wanted to have a way that we could address each situation so that we could react to that and make that determination.
Right, but I think some attention to the definition is a place where we could make some progress. Thank you.
Supervisor Frost.
I just wanted to go back to the encampment protocol. In this protocol, we already have a protocol on how we deal with homeless camps. And then with COVID on top of that, that's like one extra consideration. And I think this protocol this explanation around does the encampment pose imminent significant public safety, and it goes into this description.
Yeah.
This is not, I think that box should be, should include what is our current protocol? What is the law? What is our ordinance regarding how we manage homeless? And then it says, if it does pose any of those problems, if it's on private property, there's a certain protocol that we've always gone by, you go by. And if it's in the next box down, you say individuals living in encampment may be given a notice if it poses that problem. That doesn't mean anything. It's like it's subject to someone's discretion, and whose discretion, and that's the logjam. We need a protocol that tells people what they can do in different situations, and it should fall back on our everyday, how we were managing homeless camps and getting a hold of them. We were doing really good before COVID. I'm dying to know how many homeless people have contracted COVID. I'd like to see the data on how many homeless people we have that have contracted COVID and have died from COVID, and I'd like to see what percentage of that for our overall homeless population, and that will let us know if we have this logjam because of a real problem, or because we perceive there may come a problem and we have this logjam. Because I think, I'm concerned that public health is using too strict of an interpretation on, how they're handling these homeless camps, that, for fear of what we might have, we're not managing something that we've managed well, not well, but I think as well as we could in the past.
So we can get those numbers for you, Supervisor. I can tell you that I don't know what the current numbers are, but it had been a very low number of positive cases in the homeless population. I'm not sure whether then in recent weeks that's changed, but we can find that out for you.
I mean, in the if someone is exposed to COVID and they test positive, if you're testing all the homeless, I don't even know if we're testing them, but
Thousands of them.
yeah, they have to be moved, because can't leave them in a public space with
Right.
COVID.
Correct.
So
Our plan had prioritized those who had tested positive, as you recall, Supervisor, and that's who we're prioritizing for the motels and the trailers at Cal Expo. But the numbers had been low, and I'm just going to check to make sure they've stayed low.
yeah. Well, I'm hoping that the policies that we're going to put together are going to give us a clear path to manage it without having to go back to one source for guidance on every little thing. That seems administrative nightmare and costly and onerous.
Thank you.
Did you have something, Peter?
No, I just said the number of homeless people in encampments is increasing for two reasons. Number one, the shelters can't be congregate as much as they used to be, so people have to be spread out. And secondly, there's an issue with people losing their jobs and becoming homeless since COVID has started. So I think we need to keep that in mind. I don't know what you do about it, but
We need to open it up. Let them go back to work.
well, that's why we're going for orange and Halloween.
Yeah, it's like it. Thank you.
So does that more or less conclude your?
Yeah, we're done.
Okay, so just a couple
Are you done?
comments here. I assume that regardless of the flow chart and some of the recent confusion or misunderstandings about private versus public property, that any time that our public health department is being consulted or is volunteering advice whether it be to private property owners, to P-bids, to city council members in any of the cities in the county, about concerns over encampments, that there is some weight given to some considerable weight given to the fact that you're looking at moving the encampments from the standpoint of could that adversely affect the general health of the public too? So if people are dispersed out of an encampment, whether it's private or public property, you disperse folks. Are we looking at the fact that may in itself mean that you have more contact from folks that may be infected, and does that itself constitute a possible increase in a threat to public health?
Right.
That's the gist of the original reason for the guidance.
Okay. And so, but for instance, how would that be applied in the case of private property?
Well, private property, they're not allowed to be there, and if the owner wants them out, they can be out with a 72-hour notice.
I understand, but I guess what I'm saying is
they have to find their own place.
Okay, but so the law says they can be out 72 hours. Let's just say, for round numbers, you have 50 folks that are on private property. There's a 72-hour noticing. They're dispersed. Now you've got more folks that are trying to find some other place to be, whether it's indoors or whether it's outdoors.
Right.
I assume that there is a calculated risk associated with that when you have a population during a pandemic that is now more broadly geographically dispersed and possibly contacting other healthy folks that,
If I may, Supervisor, you're absolutely right. That poses that risk. That's why we try to work with our outreach team to get out there and try to hook folks up with services and whatever available housing we do have. If we determine they are one of these cases that's been found to be positive, we hook them up with the motels or the trailers. I'm not suggesting it's easy, but I mean, there is a task here that we try to follow, because you're absolutely right. If those folks are dispersed in the general public, that's another issue that we'd have to deal with.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments? As you can tell, there's a great amount of interest in what you have to share, so I'm glad that we're having these periodic updates. So thank you for being here.
Yeah,
No,
thanks
I'll
for-
get you the hard copies of the money.
Thank you.
Thanks to both of you. Thanks.
And you did not have any public comments.
Okay. Next item.
So item 45 are the resolutions of necessity authorizing eminent domain actions to acquire real property for the Power and Road Improvement Project, Lucretta Drive to 52nd Avenue. The first property is Nancy Jean Stedman, Charles Edward Stedman III, Carol Ann Stedman, and Howard Stedman, located at 7133 Power Inn Road. The second property is Michael S. Udi, located at 6929 Power Inn Road.
Good morning, Chair Cerna and members of the board. I'm Peter Hannon, Program Manager, Acquisitions Section with the Real Estate Division. And I'm here today to introduce this item, which recommended board approval for two resolutions of necessity, authorizing eminent domain actions to acquire real property interest for the Department of Transportation's Power Inn Road project, Lucretta Drive to 52nd Avenue. Of the original 18 acquisitions required for the project, 2 properties were originally the subject of this board item. However, the Real Estate Division has recently reached agreement, and the Director of General Services has fully executed the necessary acquisition documents with the owners of the 2 affected properties. I therefore request that your board drop the resolution for item number 1, Nancy Jean Stedman, Charles Edward Stedman III, Carol Ann Stedman, and Howard Stedman, located at 7133 Power Inn Road. Additionally, I request that your board drop the resolution for item number 2, Michael S. Udi, located at 6929 Power Inn Road.
And you will need to take 2 separate motions, and for each, you'll have to take a vote on each property.
Okay. All right. So I don't have any questions. I would just like to suggest, though, in the future, when we do have these items in front of us concerning eminent domain, we do need to have something more than a vicinity map I would like to make sure that these types of maps are included in the board materials. I think it's always important to have a good visual understanding of what it is that we're proposing or considering for acquisition. Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, just a question. Obviously, you reached agreement, but on the UD property, they apparently still have an existing septic tank. This is an area where I know Supervisor Kennedy and Cerna and Old Florentown, but certainly been looking to extend sewer if possible. Some, properties that were bypassed for a variety of reasons years ago when sewer was brought into the area. Mm-hmm. This has frontage on Power Inn Road. It would seem to me that even though you reached agreement, that this would be a good candidate for, and I know there was some outreach done according to the history of the owner contacts with the sanitation district, but we still have some existing sewer credits that are valid through the end of this calendar year. This would have been maybe an approach, and I don't know how much you folks are engaged with the ability to, you're looking at trying to get either construction easement or whatever, but if there's the ability to bring somebody, assuming, with some of the incentives that the district has, sanitation district, it's not DOT's realm, it's not, general services realm necessarily, and SASD will give you I'm sure, an appropriate answer if you ask the question. But this ought to be, something, if we're doing these projects, you're trying to upgrade the street infrastructure and provide for safer passage for pedestrians and movement of vehicles and such. But this would have been an opportunity where then you don't have to dig up the road at some future date. So what was, I guess, with all that being said, did we get some agreement that we could do?
Yes, in essence, we did. The owner, upon receiving our first written offer, did broach this subject with us. He was aware that for a period of 2 years, generally, no digging. So essentially what we did was we hooked him up with the appropriate county staff, and he went through the process and is in process to do exactly as you say, Supervisor, is to convert from a septic to a sewer.
Okay, and so will that be, is there a timetable as a part of the agreement so that work is done before you do a new sidewalk and any a pertinent overlay of the street, so that will we install at least the the lateral so that can be done outside of the right of way?
Yes, my understanding is that Mr. Udi is fully engaged and actively pursuing.
Well, I'm just talking about our project though, but he can be actively engaged. But if it doesn't get done before this project goes forward with construction,
our understanding is that he's going to be doing that.
So that'll be synchronized with SASD and with DOT.
Correct.
Obviously, Mr. Udi has to be a party to it, but okay.
Yes.
Well, that's good. I'm pleased to hear that. It wasn't clear, and you just said we're dropping a resolution, but that.
Yeah, that was an initial sticking point, and like I said, we did work with staff through it.
Very good. Thanks.
Thanks. If there's no further questions or comments, I will move dropping the first item. Is there a second? It's been moved by the chair, seconded by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, I will move that we drop the second item. Is there a second? Second. Moved by the chair, seconded by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
All right, thank you.
Okay, for item 46, this is resolutions of necessity authorizing eminent domain actions to acquire real property for the Power Inn Road Bicycle and Pedestrian Improvements Project. The first property is Joseph Soy New and Sophia Yu New, located at 7825 Robinette Road. We also have a second property, RMP Properties, located at 7960 Gerber Road. We have Kappa LLC located at 7623 Power Inn Road, Ralph's Grocery Company located at 8122 Gerber Road, and the Vol Irrevocable Family Trust located at 7525 and 7521 Power Inn Roads.
Okay, again, introducing this item, which recommends board approval for 5 resolutions necessity authorizing eminent domain actions to acquire real property interest for the Department of Transportation's Power Inn Road Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Improvements Project. The project will install storm drain inlets, curb, gutter, sidewalk, ADA compliant sidewalk ramps, widen substandard bike lanes, install landscaped medians, and driveway elevation conforms on private property along Power Inn Road between Elsie Avenue and 400 feet north of McFadden Avenue. The purpose of the project is to establish a safer environment for all modes of transportation and create a more attractive, functional, and publicly inviting corridor. Of the 20 acquisitions required for the project, 5 properties were originally the subject of this board item. However, the Real Estate Division has recently reached agreement, and the Director of General Services has fully executed acquisition documents with owners of 2 properties, Kappa LLC and RMP Properties LLC, leaving 3 properties for which resolutions of necessity are required. Therefore, I request that your board drop resolution item number 2, RMP Properties LLC, located at 7960 Power Inn Road. Additionally, I request that your board drop the resolution for item number 3, Kappa LLC, located at 7623 Power Inn Road. Okay, the real property interests the county seeks to acquire consist of permanent public roadway and facilities easements, public facilities and public utilities easement, and temporary construction easements needed for the project across portions of the 3 affected properties. The county obtained appraisals for each of the affected properties from an independent appraiser and presented offers to the respective property owners for the purchase of the various easements I just mentioned. The county's negotiations with these remaining owners have reached impasse. The county is thus unable to secure the necessary easement interest in the subject properties under the current circumstances. Today's resolutions of necessity and anticipated eminent domain actions will provide for possession of the required real property interests and construction of the project while the county proceeds to acquire the easements through eminent domain if necessary. Information to support the required statutory resolution of the necessity findings is contained within the staff report and included with the agenda packet, along with owner contact histories. Notice of intention to seek approval of the resolutions of necessity were mailed to the respective property owners by registered mail and standard U.S. mail at least 15 days before today's hearings. If you have any questions about the project or any of the properties in questions, I or the other project team members present can help address those for you.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Comments? Okay.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Supervisor Foley.
Just real quickly on the Vole Family Trust.
Yes.
The last notation we had here was July 20th, I guess is when you submitted this for the board's agenda. Has anything transpired since then? There was this back and forth about the trustee and meeting at the property and people being too busy and so forth and so on. So was there anything new beyond July 20th? That's the last entry we have here on the history.
Yes, there's been some additional developments since this was entered into the agenda system. We did actually, my officer and I met out with the property owner last Thursday on site. Okay. The property owner brought 2 additional representatives to help her figure this situation out.
Okay.
And we went over the project and the impacts to their property. I think there's a much better and more robust understanding now that the property owner brought 2 other savvy folks with her to help her along.
I understand it.
So we have agreed that the property owner is going to seek their own appraisal as reimbursable by the county with our first written offer. They have not obviously done that yet, but they have now described that they will in fact do that. That issue is separate from the one you suggested earlier, which was the naming of the proper trustee. There is a currently they do not have a person, at least that they've been able to demonstrate to us, who has the requisite authority to transact.
Okay.
So when they clear that hurdle, then it would open up the door for a settlement going forward.
Great, thanks for that. If I could just offer a suggestion, because I know you have to submit for agenda review, weeks in advance. Obviously, it's been 2 months since I think the last entry on this. You do work, and sometimes you give that verbal. It might be helpful we don't see these that often, but with eminent domain, which is a serious action for resolution necessity by this board, if we could, certainly a verbal update helps, but there's maybe supplemental information, say a week in advance, and sometimes it still rolls out as recently as the day before or 2 days before. That would be helpful and useful, I think, at least for this board member, to have that, because again, if I hadn't asked a question, we just would have taken the action, and you knew you were working on it. And I think it's important and relevant information, because obviously it shows good faith on the county's part, but obviously on the landlord's part to try to figure this sometimes complicated situations out. So,
Yes. Understood. Thank you.
great, thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this?
You do not have any comments for this item.
Okay. If there's no more comments or questions by board members, entertain a motion.
We need to take separate motions for each property.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
do you
Chair.
want to just go in order? You're going to be dropping 2 and 3, or do you want to do the drops first?
We'll just go in order.
Let's let
Just-
Supervisor Kenny make his motion.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to move to approve the resolution of necessity for item number 46-1.
Okay, second. Motion by Supervisor Kenny, second by the chair. Please vote.
Unanimous vote?
Okay.
Okay.
I'd like to move to drop item 46-2.
Okay, chair will second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote?
Okay, move to drop item 46-3.
Chair will second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote?
Vote to approve the resolution of necessity for item 46-4.
Chair will second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote?
And move to accept the resolution of necessity for item 46-5.
Chair will second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
That concludes 45 and 46, and now we're on to item 47. This is the Hazel Avenue US 50 Interchange Project Certify Environmental Document, which is an environmental impact report, environmental assessment.
Good morning, Chair Cerna, members of the board. My name is Steve White with the Department of Transportation. I do have a PowerPoint this morning for you, a brief PowerPoint presentation. All right, I think at this point, this was here last month, so everyone's familiar with the project site at the interchange of Hazel and Highway 50. The purpose of the project is to modify the interchange and reduce congestion, accommodate travel demand due to planned and approved developments, and to improve safety for all modes of travel. Purpose and need, again, this was a condition of the Easton development that was before the board back in 2008. So we've been at this for quite some time. And the existing interchange is actually already below acceptable operating standards. So how are we going to achieve this? Basically, the big ticket items in this interchange upgrade are we're going to be constructing a grade separation of Hazel Avenue over Folsom Boulevard, which will be a pretty significant change out there. We'll be widening and lengthening the on and off ramps for Hazel Avenue, and we're going to be maintaining and modifying the Aerojet exit, bringing that up to current standards from US 50 to provide direct access from 50 to Aerojet Road. Again, this is the litany of how we got here, and we've been at this for quite some time, over 10 years, since the Easton tentative map went through. The item was at the board back on August 11th, and I'm just going to spend a few minutes going over some of the questions and concerns that were raised by the board at that time. There was a discussion of potential impacts to the Rudy's Hideaway property. And essentially their driveways will all remain in place. There's a little acquisition on the rear side of the parcel adjacent to 50. Little or no parking impacts with that acquisition. And as their western driveway will actually become the fourth leg of the signalized intersection that's going to go in at the jug handle. So all in all, they're going to have more exposure and safer exposure to folks who are trying to access that property. The Nimbus Winery, they're impacted mainly because we're doing a grade separation of Hazel Avenue and Folsom Boulevard, which is going to raise Hazel Avenue above grade. And right now they don't have access off of Hazel, but that is good visible exposure for that property. But the reason alternative one is we've looked at a lot of alternatives, and alternative one saved the winery building, which was really a big priority for county staff. Another issue that arose was business access during construction. The businesses down there, their primary access is all off of Folsom Boulevard, and that driveway access off of Folsom Boulevard will be maintained throughout construction. Detours during construction, there were some concerns that there might be long-term detours out there, and that's not the case. We're not going to be closing roads for days and weeks and months at a time. We will have some limited closures off-peak and during the night when we're doing the structure work at Hazel Avenue. But again, those are going to be off-peak and very focused and limited in nature. Mitigation for business disruption during construction was also raised. So typically, loss of business during construction isn't something that is compensable. What we acknowledge in the staff report, however, is that there will be a change in the flow of vehicles around some of the properties out there. The grade separation at Hazel Avenue is going to you're not going to be able to make a left from Hazel onto Folsom Boulevard or a right from Hazel onto Folsom Boulevard. You're going to need to reroute on that jug handle, and that's going to take you out to a signalized intersection, and you're going to have to make a left or a right. So again, this will have to be dealt with during the acquisition phase, but potentially this could be construed as a loss of goodwill, and it might be something that's compensable. And if they can extend that logic through construction, potentially loss of business for some of these folks out there during construction might be on the table. Again, it's premature for us to speak definitively about that right now. It really has to be addressed during the acquisition phase. Project aesthetics came up as a big issue when we were here in August. The existing interchange out there is pretty harsh, Spartan, pick your adjective. Not a whole lot of fluff out there. Caltrans now has new requirements for landscape and aesthetic treatments, and those treatments are all incorporated into this interchange. We also have an overpass for the viaduct, which maintains the Aerojet off-ramp. That actually provides an opportunity for a gateway into the development coming into the south. So a lot of aesthetic opportunities out there, and at the end of the day, it's going to be a lot more pleasing to the eye than what we have out there now. A couple more, and I'll wrap it up. Construction staging in the business parking lot. So again, the preferred alternative is alternative one, which maintains that Aerojet off-ramp with a viaduct structure. So during construction, we will need to occupy the area beneath that viaduct structure to construct it. But a big chunk of that sits in the Nimbus Winery parcel. And when we're done, some of that will go back and be available for parking. And again, those impacts will be addressed during the acquisition process. One of the big topics that came up was the impact at Cattleman's. And typically, when we are into a building of any type with our alignment, we show it in the environmental document as a full acquisition. And that's really for the protection of the property owner. It gives them flexibility. If they want out, we have to buy them out, and we have to buy them out at fair market value. We've actually had some inquiries and some discussions with the current property owner about retaining the remnant parcel there, and we've given them some additional information and exhibits to show what that remnant parcel would look like. They have not indicated, and they don't have to, frankly, at this time. They haven't indicated whether they want to retain that or they want it to be a full purchase. And again, that's something that we really need to deal with during the acquisition process. But that's certainly something we are open to, and it's portrayed that way again in the document to protect the property owner. And lastly, there was a comment about the SACOG application timeline. So we're expecting the next round of SACOG funding applications to go in at the end, probably by the end of the year, November, December timeline. Having this environmental document certified by the board and in the rearview mirror certainly helps strengthen our application. So that's one of the reasons we'd like to get through this before then. Again, our recommended action: we want the board to certify the document and approve alternative 1 and direct staff to move forward with alternative 1 and real estate acquisition, which is the next big step out here. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Tully.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we received some recent correspondence, and I believe Supervisor Frost may wish to address that first, but on this proposal, but I want to ask you about the financial analysis. You know, the estimated cost now is $94 million. My understanding from the last hearing that we hadn't assimilated much of that, but now it says that in the budget that we adopted actually today, there's $6.75 million in there. Where's that money coming from?
There is a contribution from the Easton development.
That's already in there? That's there?
I think on that one I may have to defer to Mr. Vicari.
Because if
what
we
ended up in the budget
it says
yesterday.
Measure A, fee development program, future federal and state grants. I get it for some of the bulk of this, but I guess I'm curious of where we have. My understanding, when we left the hearing the last time, we didn't even have $1 million assigned to this, and so besides what we've obviously incurred in these costs in preparing this, so I guess I'm wondering where that 6.75 showed up since the last time we talked about this.
Yeah.
I see Ron's behind you there, Steve.
He's coming.
Hi, Ron.
Hi, good morning. Ron Vicari, Department of Transportation. So there's different funding sources available. There's SCTDF, Measure A. There's also the possibility to go for grants. So we'll be looking for, trying to be able to fund the entire construction as well as be able to fund the design.
But where did the 6.7? That wasn't, I mean, again, it wasn't what was stated at the last hearing. We didn't even have, when I did my briefing with you, might have $1 million towards that, and now we got, 6.7 identified. So somewhere you've already identified it for this year's adopted budget, which means over the next 9 months, you at least contemplated having that money available to continue doing whatever happens next.
Yeah, our anticipation is between the SCTF revenue contribution from Easton, as well as going for, as far as what's of it we can free up through the Measure A, although some of the Measure A money has been applied to the Hazel Avenue piece that's now going into construction, phase 3, but there'd be money from that. So again, it's a continuation of trying to cobble money together as we have always done as we proceed. That money certainly won't be spent in this calendar year. This will take a lot longer. This will stretch out over quite a bit of time.
The 6.7 or the 94 million? I get the 94 million.
The 6.7, the project construction, I don't know what the anticipated design time is, but I would guess that this is going to go over many years, and the construction funding is not available. So this could take as much as, but it could take as much as 5 years to get to construction. However, we'll be working with property owners. We'll be going through the right-of-way acquisition, and we'll be funding it in order to keep this on track to the extent possible.
Could you give me a breakdown, at least off the top of your head, as it relates to the 6.7?
I will.
And I guess what I want to be sure of is that within the Measure A and fee development program, how priorities get established as to, what gets funded first. Obviously, you want to advance work on this. I certainly understand, the desire to, improve the mobility here. Obviously, it's it's the entryway into the Easton, property. But I didn't understand that we'd actually budgeted and adopted, and I assume if you budgeted and adopted that you have funding sources identified for that 6.75. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in the adopted budget. It would just be contemplated. So,
yeah, I will give you a reply to the board, the anticipated funding that we will spend this year and exactly where that money will come from.
Okay. And it's something less than 6.7, is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's all I had at this point. Thanks.
Supervisor Frost.
I want to thank the board members for allowing us to continue this for 30 days to give Ethan Conrad an opportunity to, extend that conversation and possibly understand how he was going to work out his part of this. I thought this was for 6 years. I guess it's 10. So that's a long time. And I really appreciate, I've had lengthy conversations with Stephen and with the developers on both sides. My understanding is it's not a perfect situation, but we couldn't have done any better. We did the best we could with what we had to work with. And I know there are a lot of different options still that can be worked out. Even though nobody's totally happy, I appreciate that that you have come out and said loss of business access may be compensatory, and that we might be able to raise the signs, and we might be able to work with access and continue that conversation after moving this forward. And I know today at the last minute last night we received a letter wanting to hold this up, but I am told that the conversations can continue after this, and moving this forward is important. I know it's important due to the potential funding for final design and right-of-way, and the potential for those funds through SACOG in the coming couple months. So I'm supportive of staff's recommendation, and I would like to go ahead and move approval.
All right. Is there a second?
We do have, you have a public comment.
Okay, hold on. Is there a second?
I'll wait for public comment. I second it, but I wanted to hear public comment.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the floor. Let's listen to public comment.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Good morning. This is Roy Brewer. I'm appearing today on behalf of Easton Development Company and Aerojet. We support the staff recommendation as reflected in the staff report dated and presented today, and encourage your certification of the environmental documents and approval of the project. We believe that approval today will make the project competitive for project development funds by way of SACOG's flexible funding program, as noted on the last page of the staff report. And in light of the estimated cost of the project, we believe it important to compete for monies at every opportunity and as soon as possible in order to advance the project. And with that in mind, we encourage your approval of the staff recommendation and the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, thanks. Certainly, we're going to proceed with the vote here in a moment. I just wanted to, there's more work to come, but on the tree mitigation, there's a significant loss of canopy, and I know you're working with property owners in the area. I think it's something that, board members should be kept apprised of. This obviously has a long lead time on it, but I think that the sufficiency of just, at some point in time, you can't find a place to put the trees, so you pay the per square inch or per inch fee, and it goes into some fund, and then you just, it never materializes in the area where the impact occurs. I think there's some opportunities here, as you've pointed out, Steve, and certainly I know more work will occur on that. But certainly within the framework of the interchange and the immediate surroundings, because I think over time we've lost some of the impacts. The impacts are paid for, covers the MMRP and the solution for the intended impact, but it really doesn't mean more trees in that given area, and it goes somewhere else. And so here I think both with the proposed developments in the area, but also even along that section of Folsom Boulevard, we might do well to work with some property owners there who may have older frontages that, with landscaping and with some agreement with the county, could see that, as being an enhancement for the area. And certainly, I don't know what the detail is behind what Caltrans prescribes now, but, I made my comments about other interchanges in a previous hearing. But I think here, not unlike what we did at Watt Avenue, that what we can do to really enhance the aesthetics, recognizing the functionality is the essence of what you're bringing forward, but I think it's important. So I think as you go along, keep us surprised would be a good idea. So.
This is a long-term project, and we will definitely be back and give you guys briefings.
Thanks.
Speaking of Caltrans, before we vote, I just want to make a note that during my briefing, I did make a suggestion that staff work with Caltrans to see if there's any opportunity for additional signage in advance of the off-ramp, the eastbound 50 off-ramp, that would enhance potential customer traffic, letting them know which, what businesses are at that intersection, because I am aware that the viaduct is going to perhaps have some adverse consequences in terms of storefront and signage visibility from motorists. So I think that's something that we should be actively pursuing with Caltrans. All right, with that, there's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, that completes our morning.
That concludes your morning.
Okay, we will
Closed session.
Okay, we will recess to closed session and then reconvene at 2 o'clock. I'd like to call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and reestablish quorum?
Yes, Supervisors Frost. Here. Kennedy. Natoli. Here. Peters.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Okay, very good. Just a house cleaning item. My understanding is we do have to take a vote to continue item 48. So, is there a motion?
So move.
Does she have to read it?
You need to read it as well?
Item 48 is the introduction of an ordinance amending various sections within Chapter 2.115 related to election campaign contribution limits and deleting Articles 5 and 6 related to public finance of elections. And we're going to continue this for adoption, but it'll have new dates.
So is it, but it's published to be continued to October 6th.
We're going to continue this to October 6th.
Okay, very good.
That's the introduction of the ordinance.
Okay, very good. Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Kennedy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Yes. Item 49 is the response to the 2019-2020 Sacramento County Grand Jury Final Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Britt Ferguson, the county's Chief Fiscal Officer. On September 1st, your board reviewed and considered responses to two of the reports from the grand jury. One, election security in Sacramento County, and the second one, California Senate Bill 1022, a gift too good to ignore. You provided, you really had no revisions or comments on the grand jury response on election security that was recommended by staff, and you'd revised directed that the response on Senate Bill 1022 be revised to indicate that the county would not be accepting the SB 1022 grant. The language that we have provided for you today does include that revision. And then at your meeting on September 1st, you also staff also indicated that there was another grand jury response that you were required to provide a response to, and that was the impact of gentrification and neighborhood revitalization on the displacement of residents. At that time, we had not yet received a report from the staff to the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency, and asked therefore that your board delay consideration of that until today's meeting. We do now have that response, and it's before you today. Staff, frankly, was a little unclear as to whether you were being asked to respond in your capacity as the Board of Supervisors or in your capacity as part of the governing body of SHRA. We drafted recommended responses for you as the Board of Supervisors, but you do have the response from SHRA staff that you could use if you chose to use to respond to that report from the grand jury. Be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ferguson? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, we don't have anyone sign up to speak, do we?
No.
Okay. If there are no questions or comments then on the subject, look for a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Been moved by Supervisor Natoli, second by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
Ms. Peter, thank you. Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Okay.
10 minutes.
We do have a little time, but I can have you do your, you do have an appointments from your own ranks to the Sacramento Employment Training Agency, item 52.
Okay.
I'll just get that out the way.
Okay. So we're being asked to just consider the appointment, one appointment?
Two, so right now you have Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Natoli both as members, and their terms expire on the 30th of this month, and they're 2-year terms.
Okay, I'd move that we keep Supervisors Kennedy and Natoli in their respective capacities as the board's representatives set up. It's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good.
And now you can take a break until 2:15.
Okay, we will reconvene at 2:15. Okay, I'd like to call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Yes, Supervisors Frost, Kennedy, Natoli,
Here.
Peters, Cerna,
Here.
and you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Okay, so for your item 50, this is to authorize the Department of Waste Management and Recycling to increase tipping fees at Kiefer Landfill and North Area Recovery Station, and to proceed with all necessary actions to comply with Proposition 218 requirements for adoption of the proposed solid waste residential rate increases.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Chair Cerna, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to be here again today. Doug Sloan with the Department of Waste Management and Recycling. We're here today to talk about our proposed rate increase. We're building on the presentation that we made in March, and unfortunately we weren't able to come back due to the COVID requirements, so we're glad to be back today. One change in our presentation from March to today. The March presentation, we used the financial model from fiscal year 18-19 as the basis for our analysis. Since that year had closed, the numbers presented today are updated for fiscal year 19-20. And it made a little bit of a difference, but not a huge difference. So the questions today, we're going to go through why a rate increase. We have some answers to the questions that were raised by board members in March. We do have a new 5-year proposed rate increase, and then we can show you what the fund balance projections are going to be. Just as a reminder to the board and the public, we last were approved for a rate increase in May of 2008 for the facilities, and the board at the time approved a $1 per year increase in 2008, 2009, 2010. So our rates have stayed the same since 2010. Over that same amount of time, CPI has gone up 32%, just as a comparison. But here is where we get to the next 2 bullet points are really the meat of why we're here today. One is the cost of processing recyclable materials collected at the curb. If I go back to 2015, we were generating over $1 million a year in net revenue, and today we're paying out an average of $3 million a year. Those are market-driven contracts, so if the markets continue to deteriorate, we'll pay more money. If some of the markets rebound, we would pay a little less money. The other main cost is, if you go back to 2015, we were getting rid of our green waste organic material for free, and the material was being taken 2013, 2015. Material was going up to Loyalton to a burn plant, generating electricity. When that burn plant closed, the material was sent up towards Reading to burn plants, and then there was a compost operation that opened in Durham, and we sent that material up there until recently, where we've entered into a contract to send the material to a compost program in Yuba County. But the cost, again, we went from a zero to where now we're spending about $6 million a year to just, that's not the collection or drivers, equipment, that's just the processing cost to transport the material up to Yuba County and have them compost the material.
And just for clarity, Doug, for anyone that might be watching, that when they hear it's costing us this and it's costing us that, it's costing the enterprise fund, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's not costing the general fund?
That's correct.
Okay.
We have to be self-sufficient, which is why we're here today. We don't get any money from the general fund.
Thank you.
We're solely dependent upon our revenues. And then from a facility improvement standpoint, we know we need, when we talk about SB 1383 and collection of organics, we know our NARS facility is too small for the volume of material going through there today. And we know we're going to add food waste into green waste. And so we are proposing a new commercial organics processing building that essentially is more of a transfer station than processing. But it would have the capacity to put commercial trash on one side of the building and organic material with food on another side, and very effectively get that material out. And the other nice thing with that is it is now going to separate our residential from our commercial traffic. We have seen a huge intake in the number of vehicles coming into our facility. We're trying to alleviate the safety issues and conflicts as much as possible. This building would help us do that. We currently are in the process of reviewing traffic flow patterns. We're going to add scales to new scales, both in a new exit onto Roseville Road. Again, all in the process of trying to speed the traffic flow and make it safe for everybody. So this is probably one of the most critical slides I will present today. Let me take you back to 2010 when I started with the department. We were operating under a scenario where we felt our operating reserve balance needed to be 20 million. And of course that number was much, much higher, and it had to do with a lot of capital projects that we're doing. So one of those capital projects in the last couple of years, we've spent $45 million out at Kiefer with a road along the north side of the landfill and building a new cell. When you look at the reserve target, when we started looking after the March meeting, we started working more closely with people to help us bond or fund the financing for the new building. We started seriously looking at what the reserve balance should be. And there will probably be bond covenants in there that require certain thresholds for us. But I'm pretty confident that right now we're going to have at least a $45–50 million operating reserve on top of the $20 million restricted fund that we can't touch for future landfill closure costs.
I'm going to interrupt real quick.
Yes.
Doug, Supervisor Tully has a question or comment.
Yeah, Doug, just on that point, if recollection serves me correct, the bonding that we did probably some 22 years ago, maybe even about 22 years ago, to do some of the work out at Kiefer, including the large equipment maintenance facility and some of the acquisitions for the buffer, that as a part of those bond covenants, and again, I don't know credit ratings because of obviously things have, evolved over time, but not that it would necessarily be desirable, but part of that, because we were warned as we had some discussions about the future of Kiefer, that the general fund ultimately had to stand up for the enterprise, but that also provided some capacity in the sense that whatever working capital you needed, I'm not arguing about the prudency of having working capital here. But as you said, there are going to be some language particular to that, but if I'm not mistaken, that even with the enterprise, that the county had to stand behind that with basically the good credit and standing of the county, whatever that would be if there was a shortfall. Is it now anticipated that going to the bond market, that no longer you're going to break that tie and that you will just base it upon whatever revenues? And so then the reason my question is then if it's all standalone, if the projections don't come out as anticipated here, then the residential and or our customers are going to bear the entirety of that. As an enterprise, the cash flow and such is tied to that. But so could you maybe help me understand? I don't expect you to be the financial expert, but I do think it's important as we consider what we're going to do here. And I see
I have my
Mr.
bond
Bennis
financing expert showing up right now.
Okay, there's Colin. Very good.
So I would say that it is accurate that previously the county has relied upon the general fund to issue certificates of participation that would back the bonds. The intent would be to kind of strip that away and have it be fully reliant on the enterprise revenues alone. So the reasoning behind that is it provides greater capacity for any future issuances of certificates of participation that the county may need to enter into for facilities. And it would also have a standalone credit. Yes.
So I get that, Colin, but then, as I said a moment ago, what would concern me from the standpoint of the ratepayer, who then, if you sever that tie, then all that burden falls back to the ratepayer. Now, one could argue that that's where it ought to be placed, but when you talk about residential customers, I'm sure that when the 218 authorization goes out, this is going to excite quite a few people when they see a 90% jump in the rates over 5 years, at least as proposed. But at least in the past, when it came to Kiefer, and I guess a good part NARS, and at one time we had the South Area transfer station as well, that there was some backup so that if Kiefer went upside down, and there was a time when we were described at that podium right there, we were in this death spiral, and that Kiefer was, wasn't an asset. Well, obviously, good work by Doug and his predecessors, and certainly direction of this board, has put us in a much different position. But I think if you place that risk on the residential ratepayers for Kiefer, you can either ride the highs or the lows. But there was a time. And to say that any work that goes on or that we bond for in tens of millions of dollars then becomes a responsibility of the unincorporated ratepayers, in large part residential, but obviously business is a component of that as well. I don't know if we're being asked to cross that threshold here today, and maybe we need to have some more time to talk about this. And I get it from the standpoint of other things the county may want to do, but I think that puts a big burden, into the future for the life of the bonds, 30 or 40 years, that Joe so-and-so out there at residential curbside pickup, and if something goes sideways with Kiefer, that it's going to be on either him and his fellow property owners or folks at the tipping end of it that are going to make up that difference. But the tipping has an impact on the residential rates too. So the reason I raise this is that, again, I appreciate you confirming that that's the way we've done it in the past. I mean, it was kind of the last resort, but it also provided some safeguard that at least this board, whoever five is sitting up here, would have some ability to look at the rate structure for residential ratepayers, the risk involved, and obviously what had happened, because we're solely in control of what happens outside the regulations that apply to us at Kiefer. That's this board of supervisors in its appropriate role. So I don't know at what juncture you're going to make that decision, but I would say, at least for this board member, before that decision is made, I'd like to have some discussion around that. I just think, because I think that puts a lot of potential risk and burden on the ratepayers in the unincorporated area, particularly the residential ratepayers, but business as well.
Yeah, so just a little bit more on that. As we enter into either loan agreements or issue bonds, either one, we're looking at all the options to provide the cheapest alternative for the county. Typically within those agreements, there are rate covenants, and the rate covenant is intended to provide a specific level of coverage so that the debt holders ensure that they're going to get paid.
Right.
That is a net revenue pledge of the enterprise fund. So yes, it would be reliant upon tipping fees as well as residential ratepayers.
Versus that third leg in the current arrangement, and we're still paying on some of those bonds, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
No,
do we retire all
for the component that was associated with solid waste?
That's being paid off.
That's
okay.
been paid off. Yes.
But you always had that third the big backstop, and again, it was kind of the last resort. But you had that, so you didn't necessarily have to double rates in a given year. I'm being maybe a little exaggerative here, but you had that option that you could back it up because the general fund ultimately was the last call versus standing alone, and there being no last call besides the ratepayers or tipping fees. So, okay, so you'll make sure that we get the chance to talk about that or see that before we venture.
As we proceed forward and look at options.
All right.
Yes.
Very good. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Doug, I don't know if you had more to explain on this slide, but I do have a question about it before you leave. So I just want to understand that even with the proposed increase in place, that the reason your chart ends in, it looks like June of 25, that's to indicate that even with the increase, we're exhausting unrestricted reserves just to get us back to a place similar to where we're at in the last 4 years, correct? I'm looking at the dashed green line below the
Right.
in the green field there. Trying to understand that dynamic.
Okay, so you can see the arrow that basically points to where we're at.
Right, understood. But moving to the right, as we approach June 25, which would be which would be the end of your chart, the green dashed line indicates what our balance would be with the proposed increase. But my point here is that does the chart tell us that means that we're still dipping into reserves for the next 4 years?
No, we're not dipping into reserves, but we don't have 100% of the, let's say, the 180-day calculation that would be needed.
Right. Supervisor Stern, if I could, what that means is the reserve would continue to drop as the green line, as you can see where it starts deviating from the red line, continues to drop because the rate for residential hasn't taken effect yet because of the 218 timeframe and when would make it effective. But then what we would start doing is rebuilding that unrestricted reserve, which is basically our operating cost because of delays in billing and timing of expenditures.
All right, so this is telling me that the dashed green line is building that reserve as we get closer to 25.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes, absolutely. The red line is the critical one. If we do nothing, we will run out of reserves in late spring, early summer next year. So I want to talk a little bit about recycling. I touched on this earlier. This basically is a chart where you see back in FY 2015, we were collecting $26 a ton in net revenue to the department, helped offset costs in other places. And today we're looking at a $70 per ton rate. It's market driven. Again, so it could go up or go down, but we're spending right now on average about $3 million a year to the two contract vendors that are processing and sorting the recyclable material in the blue cart and marketing those materials.
Excuse me, Doug. Supervisor Peters?
No, thank you. So if we are now paying the recyclers, what are we doing with the recyclables? Are they still going into recycling? Or
oh, yes. No, they have, both facilities have processing lines. There's one here in Sacramento, there's one in Galt that we use. And they are sending the material across the line and they're pulling off the CRV plastics, they're pulling off separating cardboard and papers and all of those things. And then they're responsible for marketing, selling that material out. And market prices there, if the market price for cardboard were to go from $20 to $40, our cost would go down because we have a cost sharing or a revenue sharing with them. On the other hand, if cardboard's at $20 a ton and it goes to zero, we're going to pay a little bit more the next month. So that's why I say they're market-driven.
Okay, thank you.
Wanted to show you a very similar slide with the green waste cost. Again, if you go back to 2013 or so, we were getting rid of green waste for essentially for free. They were hauling it up to Loyalton. Today, we're closer to the $70, $80 per ton range, and we're spending about $6 million a year on the green waste that we collect. We talked a little bit about this. And again, our focus has changed from 2018, where we hadn't really done an official analysis, again, of our rates because we weren't looking for a rate increase. But Hilton Farnkoff has helped us with establishing, and then the preliminary work we've done with the county debt team on potential financing have helped us narrow down the focus on what our reserve should be. And so, one of the measurements would be 45 days receivables at Kiefer, 90 days at NARS, and 120 days on residential. And that total would give you close to $45 million. So the question came up at the last board meeting, what do we charge ourselves? You can see where we currently are paying $40.80 a ton. In our calculations for the rate, we've used a blended rate of $69 a ton. And you say, okay, why would it be $69 a ton? We're proposing the Kiefer landfill rate be approximately $57 per ton. We're looking at, $52 per ton. We're looking at 77 approximately at NARS. And so what we've done is we've added in the transfer cost to get the material from NARS out to Kiefer. That calculation, that tonnage cost does not include the cost of the trucks to pick it up, the cost of delivery to the landfill or the transfer station. It's simply getting the material from one of the sites to the landfill.
So that's about $20 a ton?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I just ask you why you use $52.85 and $67.15? What's the reason behind that?
That's
why wouldn't you round it up or round it down? I assume you would round
By
it
the
up.
15 cents.
Yeah, or why the 85? Yeah.
It's what the calculation came up to be, and we're trying to be accurate in our reporting.
They call that math.
Yeah, you're right.
I do have somebody from Hilton Farnkoff if you want.
No, I know. You did a study, but I mean, again, you want to reflect whatever, but they're all projections anyway. I mean, obviously the rate will be whatever we set it at, but
yeah.
We're
just trying to be as accurate as we can be.
Okay.
The question came up about landfill rates and residential rates. So we did provide the board with an alternative rate that would increase the Kiefer landfill by about $10 per ton, from 52 to about 52 to about 62. And it would basically lower the first year at the residential rate about $1.60. We're not recommending that alternative proposal. So when you think about our revenue stream, our financials and our revenue are not necessarily easy to follow and track. We have a revenue stream on a regular income from residential that's set in stone, but on the landfill side, our revenue is volume based, right? If we get 10 tons in this month, we have revenue. If we get 20 tons in, we have more revenue. And so we are trying to balance our revenue at the landfill with some of the market conditions and balance it with the residential rates and trying to be fair across the board.
Excuse me, Doug, we got a question from Supervisor Tully.
Yeah, maybe this is for Lisa. Lisa, we had this conversation a little bit in March, and I guess it's not clear, at least in my mind, that we talk about revenue from Kiefer can't be used to directly subsidize residential rates, but you can do it indirectly. But if we operate as a system, and Kiefer is our asset, and we operate the landfill, and we charge ourselves internally, we're not giving ourselves any, free dumps out there. I guess I'm just curious as to why, when we serve the unincorporated area with our own solid waste collection and disposal and recycling system, and we operate the landfill. It's open to the public. Other haulers bring there from other jurisdictions and so forth. But why is it that if we operate as a system, we couldn't use the money to why do we have to be indirect in that respect to offset some cost of financing? I guess that's not clear.
So in general, I agree with what you're saying. It is a system, and we can arguably use some of the offset. But there's a pending case in the California Supreme Court that will address the issue as to whether or not we can directly subsidize our residential collection service by reducing our charges that we're charging ourselves at Kiefer. Indirectly, we believe that we will still be able to, but the question is out there right now. I believe Katrina's here if you want some more specific information, but that was just taken up in June of this year. So the question will be answered sometime within the next year. But there is some debate as to whether we can directly subsidize.
And I guess I would just frame that with my last question to Mr. Bettis about financing then. If we're going to put the burden for repayment and backing up the bond and indebtedness through just solely through Kiefer and NARS, the tipping fee, and through the residential rate, we're operating as a system, I would guess maybe we'll have a decision by the time we cross that threshold. But it seems to me that there is a tie-in there, ever how we choose to do it. But I would guess argue that assuming it's legal, we maintain that flexibility, particularly if we're going to, no longer back this up with good faith and, the trust of the county's general fund as it relates to bonds, because then we are putting it solely on those folks who are paying the freight. And it would seem to me if you operate as a system, you ought to be able to make some choices. But it sounds like maybe the courts are going to answer a part of that. But I think, I don't know if we're unique. Maybe we're similar to other jurisdictions elsewhere in California where the issue has come up. But I'd like to just keep that in mind too, because
I think obviously we're always looking to be the most flexible from a legal perspective, from a financing perspective. So we'll continue to operate that way. There is just a question out there as to how much flexibility we will have. We've operated like that in the past and haven't run into any issues with it. But I think there's legal, maybe a change. There's two same court actually landed in two different camps. So that's why the California Supreme Court has taken it up, and hopefully we'll have a decision that will allow us to be the most flexible moving forward.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Question came up about the Lifeline rebates, and our current Lifeline rebate program is $5 a month. And we're proposing to increase and looking for some feedback to increase the rebate to match the percentage increase for the 60-gallon cart. Our current cost for the program, which is funded out of the excess SWA funds that go to the general fund, is $352,000, and we expect that number by the time we get to FY 2025, that number could go as high as $1 million. So proposed rates, essentially you can see in the far right corner that we're proposing on pickups to go up 15 at Kiefer, 20 at NARS. And again, you see a difference between the NARS and the Kiefer because we've got additional transfer costs. We're trying to be consistent across the board. So that $25 for a large van at NARS does need to be put into a transfer truck and driven out to the landfill. We have increased the large, hard-to-handle items. It's very costly for us for some of the items that we're getting in. We are tending to get a lot more of the animals that should be going to the rendering plant. They're not a great mix with our facility, and so we're trying to help drive some of that volume over to the rendering plant. And then occasionally we get other things, motorhomes, trailers, things like that, that if they have the proper disposal paperwork, it just has become a lot more costly to deal with them. And we'd rather they take them to a facility that would recycle the materials. Facility rating comparison. So our proposed rate at NARS would be $77.55. And so what we've listed there are the rates that we know to be charged at the different facilities. So our $77 comes in kind of middle of the pack. We do know that at least one of the private firms is waiting for our increase, whatever that is, to raise their rates, and they'll obviously go higher than us, is my understanding. But remember at Kiefer, and I wanted to stress this to answer a question that came up earlier, Kiefer is the free market. That we don't want to be so overpriced that we want to be high enough that we're covering our costs, we're generating what we need to do for capital programs, et cetera. We don't want to, so we're going to chase away some tonnage, some revenue, because we're going to raise up. It will be cheaper to go to one of the other facilities. But we don't want to be so high that we chase away a lot of revenue and it materially affects our whole rate structure.
Relative to that, Doug, what risk assessment has anyone done, especially as it relates to what we would charge pickups? I hate to be a pessimist here, but I could see some folks saying that the rate increase for the load and back of my F-150 is, I'm not gonna bother paying that much. It's ridiculous. And what risk assessment have we done in terms of how this might contribute to illegal dumping?
We didn't do an actual risk assessment, but I can tell you we've been back to the board a couple of times to ask for equipment and manpower for our NCU and illegal dumping programs. And it's because even with a $15, $20 pickup, we are seeing a steady increase in the amount of illegal dumping that's going on.
Well, yeah, I think this is going to exacerbate it, quite frankly.
And it may, and we do have additional funds in for more equipment and manpower for illegal dumping into the proposal.
How proportional do you think that's going to be to what we think that behavior change is going to, affect it?
I honestly can't tell you.
Especially in the backdrop of a pandemic and people being out of work. I'm very concerned about that. I gotta be honest with you. Supervisor Natoli?
Well, I would just say I echo the concerns. I've talked to Doug, and I want to give kudos to him and his crews for being responsive when we do get the illegal dumping calls. But obviously, Kiefer is in District 5, but a lot of the rural areas, but we see it in suburban and urban settings as well. And I am concerned, even with your best efforts and additional manpower, that when I look at rural areas, and I know you get probably 2 calls a week on average from my office, let alone the ones come through 311 and so forth, and you're very responsive. So thank you for that. But to your point, I mean, we're up at $35 per pickup. You load it yourself, you haul it yourself, you go sit in line, you unload it, and at some point in time, people are going to make an economic decision. It's not, and I don't think it's obviously not the right decision, and it ends up in the ditch, and we end up picking it up anyway at a much greater cost than if we had reflected a rate that it may be competitive in the scheme of things, but. And it's not unique, but I guess a unique some sense regarding the distances people have to travel. I mean, unless they go to an out-of-county location, folks from the Delta or far South County have got a pretty good trek to get to our facility. There's a lot of open space in between, and if I'm not inclined to spend $35 in the gas and do something else with it, then I'll have the county pick it up on an unscheduled day out in the ditch somewhere, and so in the past we've gone, we're at 20, but this is a 75% increase at Kiefer, and I know at NARS you've got it out around Roseville Road and some of those areas too, that both city and county, and everybody sees it in their respective districts. But I am concerned about this. And I did ask yesterday, Doug, I don't know if you had a chance, you or Steve, to pull up the numbers. What do we generate at the gate relative to the self-haul, non-weighed loads, and what would the difference be? Is it a couple $100,000 a year? Is it more or less than that? Because I think there becomes a price point here. I don't care. I mean, I do care what somebody else is charging, because they're not going to go there at double the rate or two-thirds more of the rate. But at some point in time, people are making an economic decision. I'm not going to take it to Kiefer or any place. It's going to be easier for me by under the cover of night or somewhere else in some remote road or some suburban lot where nobody's looking, so to speak. and then we're just chasing it anyway. And so, and I guess I'm curious, did you get a good number, what we generated at the gate?
I did not get a number yet.
Okay. Because I think there is a price point here. People understand rates go up, and we're trying to cope with a lot of different things here, but certainly this is a big bundle of stuff. And I echo your comments, Mr. Chair, and I know I've shared them with, again, you're trying to figure out the balance here, but at $35 a pickup at Kiefer or 40 out at NARS, it's a pretty good, it's a pretty good chunk of change for just a pickup load of household debris or other items. And I think we may get to a point here where we're going to drive more folks to think about saving the money and taking a chance. And I'm concerned about that.
Just another follow-up to that. I mean, to the extent that you looked at the inputs for the proposed increase and what's affecting that, and you had a slide that referenced that, and in our briefing, certainly you went back multiple times to the fact that SB 1383 is a large component part of this, and the need to manage the organics, the collection of organics. I guess my question is there some proportionality in terms of the types of customers that would be using the landfills and the transfer stations? And I'm thinking in particular back to pickup trucks. So you have these, the contractors or the one man subcontractor that uses the transfer stations in Kiefer to haul their demo debris or whatnot, and rarely, if at all, are they going to be dumping organics, yet they would be paying the increase in some proportion to pay for the added cost of responding to SB 1383. Do you see what I'm saying here? So was there part of this computation that concluded the rate increase, the fee increase, that can stand the scrutiny of looking at the proportionality of the type of customer and what effect that legislation had on each individual type of customer?
So let me address that with asking Hilton Farnkopf to come down to the podium, because they were part of the process of setting up the mix of revenue. And while Marv is coming to the podium, I also wanted to mention, though, we're extremely fortunate in Sacramento County. Not only do we have the robust program for illegal dumping that we do, but we also have the...
Wow.
What was that?
Little baritone there.
Voice of God.
We also have...
You better lower those rates, Sloan.
There we go.
Someone's telling you something, Doug.
I feel it. I feel it. Don't stand too close.
Trap door will now open.
I did want to bring the board back to one of the great programs that the county has, and that's ABNCU program. So currently right now, if you don't have a vehicle, if you don't have a pickup, even if you do have a pickup, you can put a pile in front of your house that's 5 by 5 by 5 feet, and we take it away for $25. It doesn't mean you have to go to the landfill, you don't have to sit in the line. The unfortunate or fortunate, depending upon how you look at it, we only have about 7% of the residents that use the program. But it's exactly the right program for keeping the illegal dumping. One of our problems, though, is that some people have learned that we are so good at picking up the material that they can put it out there, call it in as illegal, and we pick it up. So I don't know that we're going to be able to track and see if there's a bigger impact, because we've seen the trend over the last 3 or 4 years of how many illegal piles have gone up, and we'll be able to address it down the road. But
good afternoon. I'm Marva Sheehan with HF&H Consultants. And to be honest, I need to have you re-ask my question, because in between...
So my question is the calculation of the increase, was part of that taking into account the fact that there are certain types of customers using both the transfer station facilities and Kiefer that we can maybe even just anecdotally make the assumption that they are very less likely to be hauling organics versus other types of material compared to other types of users, other kinds of customers. And in particular, I'm thinking the smaller pickup truck drivers, the one person subcontractors that would be typically, hauling construction demo debris, that kind of thing. But yet they would be charged a fairly significant increase that has been influenced by SB 1383, which is obviously focused on organics. So do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand. I think, the system at the transfer station, we looked at it more holistically. The new building that's going to be constructed, yes, it's for 1383, but it's also just the need to refurbish what's existing there. When we looked at the rates, we looked at the volumes coming in at each of the different rate categories, and tried to keep things somewhat proportional as we were setting them to go forward. So we look at, there's a whole, as you can tell in your packet, a laundry list of different types of rates for different types of material that comes in, but tried to keep it somewhat proportional as we went forward. And I understand, your question too, with, like, for example, your example of C&D, that has its own, it's not really MSW trash, it has its own issues and costs to sort and process. We really looked at, we didn't do a cost down to that level of detail. We looked at kind of the existing rates and what we needed to do to cover the cost at a whole.
Okay. Supervisor Frost?
Did you include in these numbers, do these numbers include consideration for loss of recycling revenue and rising recycling costs? And so if we didn't approve these, this rate increase, would that impact our current recycling contracts? How would that?
We did, because we have the contracts, so as we did the cost projections, we did at the processing rate per ton per year contracts. So yes, those costs are built into the rates, which is why if you don't do the increase, why the fund balance reserves go such a high negative. And just, we are seeing industry-wide, both organics and recycling, that used to be in recycling where you were getting revenue. I do a lot of work in the Bay Area, and we're paying $140, $150 a ton to have materials processed. There's more material than there is demand in the overseas markets, and as a result, the revenue that's coming from that material has been reduced drastically.
Thank you.
So one quick addition to that, Chair Cerna, you asked about potential C&D. If you may remember, through the SWA, we regulate the commercial haulers. We also work closely with building plans, because if you're doing a building, there's a requirement in your plans to have a recycling program for the materials for your construction that has to get signed off before you can actually get your operating permit or your use permit or your occupancy permit. So there's a program through the commercial side to address that. We don't get a lot of those materials.
How soon do you think we would see any change in the behavior for illegal dumping being a result of the increase in the fee?
November 1st. No, I'm kidding.
We'll be able to see, all of our illegal dumping goes through, or most all of our calls go through 311.
Okay.
So it's tracked on a regular basis.
I'm going to encourage you to really encourage us to pay really close attention to that, to see if it's pretty noticeable right away that it's a response to the increase, that then we can, respond in kind with the deployment of some of the resources you mentioned earlier, or if necessary, to come back to the board to augment those resources. I'm definitely just very afraid that this is going to make an already very challenging situation worse. Supervisor Natoli?
So I want to just pursue a line of thinking kind of ties in with what Mr. Cerna is asking about here. You provided this alternate. I know we've heard from some of the contractual parties that contract with the county, and we can talk about that in a moment. But so if, for example, on your chart here, we went with the alternate rate, you applied that to offset the residential curbside pickup, and would be about $20 a year in people's pockets that they wouldn't spend over the course of the well, actually, I guess it would be compounded because we continue to save them over the years to come. But if we put the alternate rate in, do we have the ability for, say, for in-county residents to, and maybe it doesn't make a lot of difference, but to have a rate that would reflect, say, a $30 or $25 per pickup load, so we would encourage our residents to continue to come to our facility. You could certainly recover it, at least in part, through the tipping fee. And again, I'm curious about that, because again, the first column, Kiefer, ought to be for in-county residents. We do contracts, and we contract for, the movement of some of our recyclables and other things to other locations, but we also accept out-of-county waste under contract, but anybody's free to drive there as well on their own self-haul. But kind of bringing it back to home here, if this is the asset that it is, and we're managing it, do we have a ability to say, to basically ask folks, are in county, because you could show a driver's license or something that would proof of residency that would allow for a reduction. Bring your utility bill. I don't know. There's different ways of doing it. Right. It might slow things down a little bit at the gatehouse, but it also may help us address some of the concerns here without having to do a whole lot of follow on.
So I guess to answer that question, on the residential rates, that goes through a Prop 218 process, which is a pretty exhaustive process. On the facility increase, that's something that we can do. It doesn't have to go through the 218 process. So to Chair Cerna's point, to your point, Supervisor Natoli, we can see what the impact is for some of these programs, and we can come back and make adjustments to the facility rates at any time. We just can't do that on the residential side.
No, I get that. I'm looking at your chart that's up here. I'm looking at the flat rate for pickup trucks is what I was focusing in on there. And maybe to the question, maybe council is asking, so can we have a rate that reflects a certain price for in-county refuse?
I haven't looked at the issue for around 20 years, but when I used to represent waste management, this question has come up before, and there are certain interstate commerce issues with that approach. And so I'd want to look at it again, but at the time, our office's position was that you weren't allowed to charge in-county versus out-of-county waste differently. The same has come up in the biosolids and sludge context for sewage transportation, and there have been recent cases on it. So I without saying definitively, of course, we would go back and look at it, but I don't believe that that is legally permissible.
So whatever the pickup charge is, that's whoever drives. If you drove from Nebraska, you get charged the same as somebody that lived in Slough House, and we don't have any flexibility. Well, it just seems to me again, and I raise this because of kind of the question about this asset that we have and our ability to manage it in a way that best serves our county, our communities, not just the unincorporated area, but certainly our cities and our businesses. And it sounds to me like we have limited flexibility, and I'm going to bring it back to a point I made much earlier one more time. If we're going to ask the ratepayers of the unincorporated area to stand behind this, then I think having a full understanding of what limitations we have relative to having any offsets that would help in the future, but certainly here and now as we're talking about it, to offset potential rate increases that are significant because they reflect the cost of doing business. that concerns me, because it sounds like we're not only heavily regulated, but we're more and more we're finding ourselves in this confined position that we can't really operate this to the advantage, certainly of meeting the needs for disposal and recycling for our broader community, but certainly for the residents that we most directly serve, and that's the ones in the, at least on the curbside collection in the unincorporated area. So, all right, thanks, Lisa.
Thanks for nothing. I mean, we can certainly take a closer look into it.
If you could, see if these things change, I certainly would like to know, so thanks.
We're good to go. So the next was the proposal for the residential rates. And you can see the March 10th proposal there. And again, the difference between the March 10th and our recommended one is simply the change in fiscal year and updating our numbers. We are recommending going to the $36.96, and if you look at, which is when we go to the next chart, we see that our $36.96, if this is approved, we are still lower than the city of Sacramento. There is one error in this chart. For the city of Sacramento, we assumed that they got their full rate increase when they went through, and they did not. So their current rate right now is $42.59, which is what we're showing. But they did not get approved the 2 future year increases that we have on this chart. But at $36.96, we are still within the range. We don't get to the city rate if they didn't have another increase until the year 2024. So we're very competitive with the surrounding. And the last discussion point was just here's our reserve comparison. So you can see what we are targeting for the reserves and the recommended increases.
And Supervisor Cerna, to your point on the graphic slide, the 82 was the recommended, that would have been the top of the shaded green, and the 77.2 was the top of the line, the green line. So there's still a little bit of a difference, but we're trying to get back to that number.
Gotcha. Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, I wanted to just dive into your charts here just a little bit, a couple of specific questions. One being, and we talked about this yesterday in briefing, we've heretofore, at least over the last 20, 25 years, accepted clean soil because we used it, for some of the activities out there. Yes, we've done a whole new module out there, so you have a lot of reserve soil. You can no longer use the green waste for the alternative daily cover, so you're going to be using soil all the time. Now we're going to charge $10 a ton. So if you have a Bobcat truckload, you've got 7 tons. That's going to be $70 just to bring clean dirt to landfill. So we talk about discouraging it. I understand you may not have a use for it, but we've accepted clean soil. In fact, at one time we were hoping people would bring it to us because we needed it.
That's correct.
So what's your assessment, and maybe this is for the consultant, about discouraging folks that otherwise would bring clean soil to the landfill? It sounds like we really don't want it anymore, but there may come a time when we need it again, so I guess you could adjust the rates, but I don't know.
We just want to cover some of our costs with handling the material.
But in principle, it amounts to charging folks for something that we need.
We needed it one time.
We did need it one time. We've excavated Module 4, and we have a huge stockpile of dirt because one of the things we did with your approval with the Module 4, we didn't just dig the hole and put the dirt and sand next to the hole. We moved the material in the contract up to where we're going to need it. So we've saved some future costs by putting it exactly where we need it.
I just find it a little contrary. It's not $10 a load. You're talking $10 a ton. So, again, I don't know how much dirt we receive in any given year. There's no stats in here to tell me that. But I'm not questioning the wisdom of what you're suggesting here, but I am questioning why we would, charge. How much do we handle? Is it a lot of material?
It's not a lot of material, no.
Okay, what about the aggregates? Are we still accepting clean cement and asphalt? There was no charge for that. We actually recycled that material, right?
Yeah, we don't really get a lot of that material.
Goes to C&D landfills now?
C&D landfills and Tigert and some of the construction road folks really are enticed to get that material. They're offering it for free.
Okay.
So why drive all the way to Kiefer when you can go down Bradshaw Road and get rid of it for free?
Okay, on the chart, thanks, Doug. So the revisions to the collection charges, right now we have, and this was a conscious decision, and I know you folks have administered, and again, I thank you for your oversight of it. You've been very reasonable in administering it, but the green waste exemption, I represent a lot of rural areas, and there are others on this board that represent rural areas as well. And folks had to demonstrate that they could recycle in place, either their grass clippings, or lawn clippings, prunings, whatever it was, and we don't issue those exemptions, without some, hurdle to meet. I don't know how many we have. I don't think it's, too numerous, but I'm concerned that in the rural areas, that was part of when we went in and actually required mandatory service. That was one of the questions. Well, I take care of that here, and you're going to charge me. I don't even want the can. And so, I don't know how many exemptions we have. I don't think we have all that many, but you can tell me, and then why we would eliminate that as a part of this, because I think that's going to get some reaction from some folks that I represent immediately.
And it may be, and I'll be happy to provide Cal Recycle's phone number. If you look at the SB 1383, we're going to be required to provide three cans to properties. Refuse, curbside recycling, and green waste, because that's where you're going to collect your food waste. And that's mandated by 1383.
So is there another alternative, though, that you could have if they legitimately qualified for a green waste exemption, that you could have a much smaller can or attached to that, where folks, from standpoint of their food waste, whatever that constitutes, so that they still get some credit for that? I get it. You're trying to be more universal in this approach, but this has required a little bit of precision. Again, I think you've satisfied, a number of the customers, and I can recount some situation where you've been very helpful. But it's kind of a big deal for some of those folks that, say, I take care of that, and now you're going to tell me this can, and I don't even, the food waste. So can we offer an exemption for food waste? Because some folks do feed to their hogs, to their chickens. They may compost, and legitimately. And so I guess my question is that, can we maintain a category? Would we have to adjust it? And again, you still got to have criteria for people to meet, but we did it with green waste.
So we are going to, at some point, come back to the board with ordinance changes to deal with 1383, because it is going to require mandatory collection of food waste to the curb. That needs to go through your board to help us with that process. There will be an educational component there. And I've not gotten far enough into the details to know what potential exemptions are there. When I looked at the basic language, it says the 3-can service is mandatory, and we're going to have to, I know we're going to have to do some outreach and some.
Well, and with the business sector, we've done that with the small generators, and done some work around very small. I got to imagine that even some of those cutoffs for some of those very small generators in the food or business sector wouldn't even match up. A household wouldn't even get close to that. So again, I would just ask that we sounds like we got a little time under this proposal to do that, Doug, but I don't know what's the reaction. People start, if they read deeply into this, because again, that's very critical to some of the folks, what they see as being service that they need, will respond to, and that they're willing to pay for. I guess my last question is so you're asking for authority to take out whatever is approved to go forward with here today by the board to take to the 218 process. What sort of engagement do you foresee under the, we're still in COVID conditions. Right. People are not going to, I don't think very kindly that they're going to see potentially an 80 or 90% rate increase over 5 years. Folks are concerned about the loss of their jobs, maybe the loss of their homes, or loss of their housing. Their unemployment is going to be running out, all those things. And again, this may be small as it relates to dollars, but it still comes out of their pocket, and they're obligated. And if they don't pay it, then we lien them. for it. And so how do we intend to take the message out to folks, and who's going to assist with that? Because I think it's going to be, I think the reaction we may generate this time is going to be probably something, and I could be wrong, far different than what we've seen with some of the previous rate increase proposals in any of the utilities that we oversee. And I'm concerned because I think we're going to an environment when there's so much angst out there that, you know, when this shows up in the mailbox, you know,
we're going to know about it.
Yeah, exactly, Mr. Chair. You
Right.
get ready for what comes next.
So we do have the required 218 notice that we have pretty much in final draft, and we are going to send out 2 more notices. I don't know whether those are letters, postcards, but we're intending to send out 2 more communications because really we have a story to tell about the recycling markets, the organic markets, and then we start the dialogue with residents on 1383 and organics, the curbside. And in our case, we're putting in significant amount of money. We're adding 20 routes, 20 drivers, various other employees to collect the food waste at the curb to go to weekly service. And so we have a big outreach to do, but we have been in the process of changing around our social media presence, working with Kim Nava and her team to do, we're prepared for press releases. Unfortunately, with COVID, I don't know how many Lions Club, Kiwanis Club meetings there are, but we have staff ready to go do those. We're prepared to do webinars, whatever we can to help spread the word out. Because this is really programs that are generated by the state that we're putting into place, and it frankly costs a lot more money than what we were doing before.
And it's okay to blame the state. They're the ones that passed those rules, but they're not going to blame the state for the rate increase. That's coming right back
I understand.
to the 5 of us. So, well, I think that message, and I think previously we've asked to take a look at some of the things before they get sent out. That might be a good idea because we might be able to offer some helpful suggestions. I think you have a story to tell. We're going to have a lot of other folks telling us their stories about why this is not palatable from their perspective.
And between me and my staff, we are prepared to help you in any way possible to help answer those questions.
Doug, when was that it?
Yeah, that's it, Mr. Chair.
When do you think we're going to have that discussion? I suspect it's going to be a pretty robust one about how to implement the curbside 1383 compliance. Because I mean, I'm just thinking to myself, when you introduce a third bin that's dedicated to food waste, there's all kinds of pestilence issues, smells, odors, all kinds of potential nuisances that we're going to have to seriously wrap our minds around in terms of how to make it as least impactful as possible, depending on the type of residence, the density of housing, whether it's apartments or single family. What do people that keep their bins in their garage do? I mean, there's going to be a lot of nuance to that I think we're going to have to be very thoughtful about.
So, great question. And but when you think about it, except for folks that have, let's say, a green waste exemption, this current service level is a refuse cart, a green waste cart, and a recycling cart. And really with 1383, what we're doing is we're taking the food waste out of the garbage cart and moving it into the green waste cart. So essentially, it's just instead of going, I mean, it should be pretty easy for the homeowner. If they store all 3 carts in the garage, it's just moving whatever the smell is from one cart to another one. The other piece
I'm sorry, are you saying you're going to move the food waste in on top of the rose clippings and
Yes.
the hedges and that sort of thing?
Yes. And then we're picking that up weekly, which we do now with your garbage. So in terms of, we're adding in the frequency of picking it up weekly. So we have the same odor issues that we would have today with the garbage cart. We're just moving the material into a different cart.
That sounds different than when you first told us about it a couple years ago. I thought there was going to be some other kind of cart or bin, but...
No, we talked about some different programs, different kinds of programs that are out there, but essentially we've settled on adding the simplest thing is just add food waste into green waste. It still goes to the same vendor in Yuba County because they can handle the green waste by itself or the green waste with the food, so there's no difference to them. And they're doing that program already up there.
So essentially, every other week, there will be 3 different trucks coming out, or there will be 3 different
Every other week.
Correct.
cans.
Correct. Because we're still proposing to go pick up the recycling every other week.
That's where your smell goes up, is that green bin is only picked up every second week instead of in the garbage.
And then can you
once a
imagine in the
week.
summer when it's sitting out there for
Oh,
2 weeks?
But now it's going to be picked up weekly.
Oh, okay.
Now it's going to be picked up weekly. The same with the garbage cart.
Well, you just got a preview of coming attractions, I think, in terms of some of our concerns. Supervisor Kennedy?
Yeah, I'll just anecdotally say to my colleagues that before I knew you weren't supposed to, I've been doing that for years. And it really hasn't made any difference at all.
Did you get his address?
I live in the city.
I think the refuse police.
A lot of contaminated loads due to Kennedy, so.
Eyes on our side.
All right, any further questions for Doug? I know we have some patient people that have been waiting to address the board on this subject on the phone. Okay, that's all for now. Thanks, Doug.
We now only have one person in queue.
Oh, we lost one. Okay.
And the other one dropped off
Yep.
early on. They have them transfer the call over. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments.
Am I on now?
Yes, you are.
Oh, hello. This is David Cunin. I'm the general manager of Recycling Industries, and I want to thank you for taking my call. We've been a processor. We're one of the 2 contractors that processes the single stream for the Department of Waste. We've had that contract since about 2019 and middle of 2019. And my concern today is that our particular contract is tied to the garbage rates. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah, so our contract is tied to the garbage requirement that we return all the garbage from our facility back to the Kiefer Landfill and North Area Recovery Station. And with the rate increases that are going on, that are being proposed, if they're enacted, they're going to put our company pretty much out of balance in our budget. And I just wanted to know if we could get some direction to staff from the board to accommodate this unforeseen increase and allow them to renegotiate that agreement, and we would bring back a new model for you after after we get that worked out for approval sometime down the road. These rates are excessive, and it's big. It's like 80-90% increase, and our employees, and it'll put a tremendous burden on us if we don't get some opportunity to renegotiate our the contractual processing fee for that. So with that, and I did ask for a delay in this whole thing. I don't want to hold up everything, but I was only informed of this morning at about 9:30. I did ask for feedback on this when that I would be informed, and I wasn't until today. So normally I would have been at least giving you plenty of information than trying to rush and get something in right now. Anyway, so I appreciate you listening to me and would answer any questions you might have about that contract or this at this time.
All right. Thank you. That's our only caller?
That's the only public comment.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Could we ask Mr. Sloan to respond to that comment?
Yeah, I was just going to ask Doug to come back to the podium here.
And he's not on the line any longer, just so you know. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, if you could respond, please, to the concern that was expressed.
So we do have some long-term contracts with folks that we have negotiated. We have the ability to work with recycling industries and California Waste Recovery. We're currently negotiating with Cal Waste on their residual amount. It's something we could sit down with recycling industries and talk about. There's not a lot of material that's generated from their facility here in Sacramento, so it's pretty easy solution.
It's appropriate to renegotiate because the playing field has changed since the contract was signed.
No, I understand, and we can look at that. We have that ability within the department.
And how do you make that equitable so it's not just a one-off for one contractor? I think if you're gonna do that.
Well, there's two of them.
Yeah.
He said he's already working with the other one.
So we work with Katrina Nelson, our county counsel, and any change that we make to our recycling contract with one vendor, we have typically offered that change up to the other facility. They don't always take it, but we do offer up those changes. So from my perspective, if we were to come to an agreement on the tipping fees, it would be what Cal Waste Recovery is sending out to Kiefer and what Recycling Industries is delivering around the corner from their facility to NARS.
Okay. Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, I appreciate it as it relates to those two contracted organizations or firms, but we also heard from Zanker and got a comment from another party that the increases of the tipping fee, particularly those that take most of their disposable items out to Kiefer, if not all of them, are going to get passed on to businesses immediately. That's a 75% increase that gets passed on. And I guess to my earlier comment, Doug, we're trying to cope with our own issue here, but we're still in the midst of a pandemic, and businesses, they drop their budgets just as we do. And the one party mentions that 6,000 of their customers are going to see a significant increase like immediately. And again, we're trying to solve for our own issue, as I said, that relates to what we're trying to do and meet the obligations. But I guess I'm just going to have to say, and it was said earlier that we wanted to wait until the pandemic had drawn to a close. Well, it hasn't. We're still in the midst of it, and we're probably going to be in the midst of it for some time to come. The business climate is in lots of sectors is not nearly as robust as if it's even going in some cases. I'm concerned, certainly for the residential ratepayer. I'm concerned for what you are tasked with. Obviously, this county has a tremendous responsibility, but in this package, and of course, the commercial customers, they don't get a 218 because they're serviced by providers, so they don't even get a vote in it. And that's just the way the law is set up. But I guess I'm going to express it right now. You're asking us to move this forward, to approve the tipping fees, and to basically go to 218. And I just think we're in an environment that's so precarious right now. If we'd avoided another 6 months, you'd show up, even a sharper decline and, and more red ink. But, who could have predicted when you were scheduled before us in March where we are today? And I guess maybe I would just, turn to you or Mr. Hartwig or Mr. Gill. What thoughts gone into this? We a week ago, we were talking about budget, about whether we had provided any level of relief to, businesses. And obviously there's been some data gathered around that. But, as I sit here, a lot of things running through my mind, certainly, the need that you've expressed and all the state regulations and so forth. But this couldn't come at a much worse time, and that's not your doing. And if we don't go forward with it, then we're going to have a bigger issue on the solid waste. But I don't know what kind of message this sends to people when they get that flyer, and certainly commercial customers aren't going to even have a say-so. If the tipping rate goes up, and we do that by virtue of the action today, come November the 1st, it's going to be reflected in their bills. And again, talk about, we're going to know about it. Yeah, we're going to know about it because it's going to be assigned to the county, and maybe somebody look for a different alternative, which may or may not be less costly. But that's a real predicament, and it's going through my mind right now as we're being asked to pass on this. And I just can't think of probably a much worse time to go forward and say we're going to have this 75 or 80% rate increase. Some of it's floated out over 5 years for the residential folks, but the bigger hit's going to come on business, and some businesses are barely hanging on. And I don't know, the garbage rate increase is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back, but we don't offer any relief for that. They just got to make it up, and if they're not open for business, they're not making up anything. And it's for us in government, we have this public responsibility, and we have to be smart in the way we carry it out and so forth. But we have this income stream that's pretty certain, certain in the sense that whether it's a rate or whatever, and if we don't get that money, we can lien it. Small businesses or big businesses or residential, they don't have the same. If they don't have it in their monthly income, then they don't get it, and then they make choices, just as we make choices. And I'm really concerned about that. I mean, again, I think you've laid out a good justification in the sense that you've shown us, where the shortfalls are and why you're bringing this to us. And again, you're doing your job, and I, commend you for that. But this is really unsettling to me. I'll just say very honestly. I said that in March, and I'm less settled about it today. Is because not because you bring us information that doesn't have some good, strong basis for reality, but the reality for a lot of folks is that. They're barely hanging on, and some of them aren't going to make it. And I hate to be a contributor to people's demise because this pandemic is just it's just wrecked people's businesses. It's wrecked their lives. It's affected them health-wise, but it's affected them from a lot of different aspects. And so I don't know. It just couldn't. As I said, couldn't come in at a worse time. It wouldn't have been good in March, but it's even worse now. I'll just leave it at that.
Supervisor Frost.
I just wanted to, I guess I wanted to make a couple comments because I really understand where Supervisor Natoli is coming from. It is kind of, on one hand, it's upsetting to think that we're increasing the rates by 70 or 80% or whatever it is. But it's commendable that we have done such a good job holding the rates down for so long, and that we have managed our budget at solid waste in a way that we have the revenues that set aside so that we can pull down some bonds and build the recycling, organic recycling facility that we need to satisfy state legislation that's onerous and hard for us that we didn't ask for. And I'm also mindful of the fact that we do have recycling, and this is since, I'm trying to remember if this is since, I think it's since 2017 when I was first elected, that the situation in China and the recycling companies began to feel the pain of not being able to, offload their recycling. And the changes that have transpired in the market are continuing to create those challenges, and we have contracts now that are saying we can't keep going, and we can't afford to pay to recycle your garbage at Sacramento County is basically what I'm hearing in my office. So while I am probably the first person that will fight and say, no new tax, I don't like raising taxes and fees, and I don't like increasing regulations, but we have increasing regulations, and we have to do it. And if we don't raise the fees, I don't know how we're going to deliver on at so many different levels. And so for those reasons, I'm going to support staff's recommendation. And I think your rationale, I think when you go out to notice this to the public, I think it'll help to let people know that we were so far below everyone else, and we're catching up as far as rates goes in that way, and that we're up against some challenges that, you know, we're trying to figure out. And I think if we tell people the truth, it'll help. It'll help for them to understand the bigger picture, the whole picture. So I just, I'm going to support staff's recommendation today for those reasons. Thank you.
Supervisor Peters?
Thank you. I had a couple of questions or comments. On the tipping fees, it seems to me we ought to be increasing them on a more often and smaller basis so that people have built it into their cost of doing business. To make a jump like this after, was it 8 or 10 years, I think is, and coincidentally, it's in the middle of the pandemic. That's a lot to ask people to come up with. And I wonder if you would, or not wonder, I would like to know if you, I mean, if we said, let's go ahead with half of it and take the other half out of reserves and then increase it next year and just gradually get there year by year instead of a big hop like this for both the business side and the residential side.
Our problem is that we don't have a lot of reserves to really do that.
Well, did you do that math? Did you look at it like that? I mean, I don't know.
Well, that's why
I saw the chart.
Yeah, the chart, and that's basically saying that in 8 months that we don't have any reserves to rely on. And so that's why there's a big jump on the residential, and the facility right now is to change that and at least get it going in the right direction. It's not fully funding all of the green area. It doesn't get us to the total max of what the reserve calculations should be, but it gets us in the better path, and it gets in the position where we'll have enough reserve balances and hopefully have enough reserve balances to be able to finance the building and the trucks that we need to do for 1383. Now, going forward, to answer your question, we do have a 5-year rate proposed on the residential side. You know, our intent is
what about the commercial side?
Well, but on the residential, trying to project out what we would need, and certainly on the commercial side, on the facility side, again, we have the ability every year or less than that to be able to go back and review the rates and make adjustments. And so if we find that we've really, we're out of the marketplace with pickups and illegal dumping, we can come back and adjust that with your help. But it's not, we don't have the relationship with the generators, right? As Supervisor Natoli mentioned, it's the haulers. And so if a restaurant right now is serving takeout, they probably have already reduced their garbage service significantly down to bare minimums to meet what is required by the health department for service. And they're already they're having to do that now just to make ends meet. So adding this rate increase on to a business that's already done that, it's not going to be a huge, I mean, it is a large percentage number, but they've already reduced the size of their garbage bill considerably they should have, right? You don't want to pay for a 4-yarder once a week if you're only generating 90 gallons every week. And the haulers all have reduced services that have reduced fees to them. And they can still be in compliance with all the recycling. Restaurants today under the commercial are still required to recycle their food or divert their food into an organic program. That's ongoing now. That won't be a new program. So did I answer your question?
Yeah, I don't like it, but you answered it.
Anything further?
No.
Supervisor Natoli.
I'm going to take another directional run at this. So we're talking about bonding for, capital, which obviously will have to have a revenue stream behind it. Are we buying all the trucks outright, or are we financing our
So
fleet?
the trucks that are normal replacements, I think there's 12 in the schedule, was approved at the board, September board meeting. That's our normal replacement plan. We have not ordered the trucks yet because we're waiting to see what the rate increase is going to be. But the new trucks, the 20 trucks that we need for 1383, we intend to finance those trucks either through the same bonding that does, same instrument that does the building, or it could be a different method. And we're working with the county debt team on how to finance those.
So my thought is that if you have an asset, and I was glad to hear earlier today that we've paid off previous bond indebtedness, that maybe to help bridges to Supervisor Peters' question, but again, to maybe soften the impacts, certainly to get to a desired goal, but maybe over a little longer period of time, and to have some dry period financing. We certainly, it would seem to me if we have an asset, you could borrow some dollars to help us with some of that aspect, so we could at least soften the initial increase and take a little more time to get there. And whether it's on the tipping side or on the residential rate side, you still got to pay for it in the end. But if you're going to grow your customer base over time and you're going to do all these things that aren't going to happen all this year and even next year, again, I guess I'd like to see a plan for that, because just as if you need to do some improvements on your home, you can borrow money, and then you can have some cash there to help with some of the other needs. I mean, it's not as easy in the government arena, but I would think that if Kiefer is really the asset and ours is the asset requiring significant investment, we've made significant investment in Kiefer, we've got to make a significant investment in ours because of the changing regulations. Can we look at some way to help finance some of this so that we can soften some of the impact to our ratepayers and to our, particularly in light of the pandemic? I mean, because this is all coming to the point being made here earlier, right here and now. I mean, this, basically we're 5 weeks out.
Supervisor Natoli, I think we can look at it, but just as background and reminder, we cannot issue debt for operations.
Right.
We can't do that.
So then make sure everything gets into capital. You're buying 12 trucks on a normal replacement schedule. Those trucks run, what, $500,000 a piece? I don't know what they cost.
We can do stuff, as Doug said, we will look at what kind of financing options we have.
Okay.
But I just want to be clear that we cannot
Yeah, I know.
out of
you're
Kiefer
right.
and generate 10 million, 20 million, and then say that that's what we're using for operations. But as Doug mentioned, we look very closely at what assets he's buying. Is it beneficial to do debt, pay as you go? One of the objectives that Paul Filio had was to make this asset as debt-free as possible, so we didn't have a lot of the strings that we have and things we need to make. So if you recall, about 4 or 5 years ago when Paul was here, we did defease a lot of the debt just to get us to a spot that we were not calling on rates to do that. So that's part of what our thought process on the debt is. But we can look at debt for the trucks, as he mentioned, but I just want to make sure I weighed in on that one.
Okay, I appreciate that. But again, we're going to spend $6 million on replacing 12 trucks. I mean, that's normal. That's the attrition. We build that in. But in a year when we're going for, major increases on both sides of it, maybe it makes sense to take that pause, and that's $6 million. Yeah, you finance their financing costs, but again, I don't know how hard a look folks have given at that, kind of do these straight lines, and that's why I said I'd take another run at this, because again, I just think the reaction, and when this comes back before, if we go with the 218 vote, assuming we can have people in chambers again, we're going to have a lot of folks here. I think that they're going to be pretty displeased with what's been proposed, so. Colin, I guess I'm curious if there's a way to be creative.
Right now, PFM is looking at that specifically, that specific question. PFM, our financial advisor. I'm sorry, Colin Bettis, the debt officer.
So that's the lady behind you? She's looking at it?
No, PFM is our municipal financial advisor that assists us on any bond issuance or debt financing. So they're looking at the potential for how we can best smooth out our rates, right? And so that would be looking at any potential capital outlays that we're looking at, including equipment purchases. We're looking at a couple of different options there, because we do have to match the financing with the expected lifetime of the asset. And so for something like a truck, the useful life would be 7 to 8 years. So we're looking at additional small equipment financing mechanisms for that.
I think if I could just, we'll look at it, but when we convert from cash to debt, that's a pretty big decision we end up making, because whenever that time comes, we will be paying debt service for 7 to 8 years. Yeah. That means we've made a commitment that the next replacement, until we're setting money aside, will get us into the debt. With the whole approach that Paul had, that we all agreed with him, was that we were trying to get to a spot that where it's possible is not to leverage too much debt into it, because there could be debt that we need for landfill, some other closure component. So that is one of the things that we did look at, and we'll continue to look at it, but that is, we will then be setting aside money for 7, 8 years, and then when the replacement comes, what this county has been in the position of is, because whenever there things come up, we end up issuing debt. And when we issue debt, we have tied ourselves up for decades where we're still paying debt. We never set any money aside to do anything else with it. So the corrective measure we were doing in this enterprise was to less debt. I understand that the rate increases are big, we'll look at it, but it's a different philosophy, because we're still in the general fund. We're still digging out of all the debt that we issued in the 90s and 2004, which has taken us a lot of our ability away from doing some of the stuff that we need to be doing that the board's interested in. So I just want to give you that backdrop, but we will look at it, but that's a decision that, as we're looking at it, we'll talk more with the board about it, but that's what's going through our mind when we're looking at it, is that we're tying up an asset for a long time at that point.
I guess if I could ask on that then, because if we go forward with the 218 process, then we're going to have to be back before this board with, the end result of that, and obviously a determination on the actual rate increase, once that process has run its course. I guess I would like to have some of that consideration for our discussion at that point in time, because I think after we get the reaction on the proposed $13 a month garbage rate increase, we'll be at least interested in what might be some of our alternatives to at least soften a portion of that, recognizing it'll have implications, to your point. Now, I get it, but this isn't easy, and all the blame comes back to this board. It doesn't get, you can deflect to the state, and you can say it's this and that and this and that. Bottom line, we're the one raising the rates. It's not the state, it's not Colin, it's not you, it's not Doug, it's us. And so that's why I want to have some of those options before us, recognizing that those obligations can be long-term and have other implications. I appreciate the explanation, so.
Understood.
Thanks.
Supervisor Frost?
When we move forward today, we're setting the rate schedule and moving forward with the 218 process, and then we're going to come back. And will there be any further discussion on the rates, or are we setting the rates as, are we saying up to this amount, or for the 218 process? Or?
So we're asking for approval for two things. One is to set the facility rate increase at the recommended rate effective November 1st, and to start the 218 process. So with all the information that goes out in the mailers, and we have counsel here, Lisa and Katrina, that can go through this, but we have to tell everybody in the Prop 218 notice what the rate increase is going to be, and why we need to go through this process.
Doug, I think the essence of the question is, what we're going to send out sets the ceiling of what the rate increase is going to be. Exactly. When we come back to the board, there's an opportunity the board has to adjust it, but you cannot exceed what we mailed. I think that was the question.
But if we don't raise the rates, we're out of reserves in 8 months. So
that's correct. But
we don't have a choice.
If you authorize us today, the Prop 218 will be to that amount. That's the max that we can be. And then when we come back to you with the alternatives, anything else, that's another discussion with the board. Are you still comfortable with this, given the feedback you get? Where do you want to be on that scale, from 0 to the max?
I'd like to move staff's recommendation.
Second. Okay, there's a motion and a second.
Okay.
We already had public comment, didn't we?
Yeah.
Clarification then. So with the 218 process, when is the scheduled to come back to us? December? December 8th. And we'll have a hearing, and that'll be noticed in the information that there'll be public hearing in which people can speak, weigh in, right? Obviously, we have all
But
that.
the whole Prop 218 process kicks in.
Yeah.
There's a mailing, there's notification, newspaper. It will be in the B because that's the newspaper of the record. So everything goes out and everybody knows that's coming, and they can send in comments to the clerk, and that's all what will come back to in these chambers.
Okay, and I just want to say, I understand the motion as a staff recommendation, but I'll speak for myself, that my expectation was that some of the things we talked about here that would give us some ability to adjust that, again, with obviously knowing what those implications, ramifications are, I would want to have that for that December 8th or 10th or whenever it is we're going to meet, please. Thanks.
Before we vote, I'd too like to add that during that December board hearing, once the 218 process is back to us, we understand the results, I'd like to use the time between now and then to have staff give us a better idea of what our plan is to address illegal dumping should it increase as a function of the tipping fee increase. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do have the applicant group on the phone. Do you want to give me a few minutes to get them plugged in?
How many? 5 minutes?
No, I just need like 30 seconds.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, I'm going to transfer you into the phone line. Thank you. Please place your phone call on mute. Thank you. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, next item.
Item 51 is the Upper West Side Specific Plan, request to direct staff to initiate environmental review, authorize the execution of the reimbursement agreement, and authorize the execution of an agreement for preparation of a transportation analysis for the Upper West Side Specific Plan located north of Interstate 80, east of Garden Highway, south of Fisherman's Lake Slough, and west of the West Drainage Canal in the Natomas community.
Good afternoon.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Leanne Moffett, your planning director. Here today in the audience also is Todd Smith and John Lundgren with our long-range planning and master planning section. And I do have a PowerPoint to go through the staff presentation for this item. So this is the Upper West Side Specific Plan. The item before you today is a request that you direct staff to initiate environmental review and authorize execution of both a reimbursement agreement and agreement to prepare a transportation analysis. The project site is located in Natomas. It is bounded on the south by Interstate 80, on the west by Garden Highway, on the north by Fisherman's Lake Slough and an extension of that, and generally on the east by the West Drainage Canal, which is generally close to the city of Sacramento. The applicant is going to be giving a separate presentation, and they're going to focus a lot on the project details. So my staff component here is going to be at a pretty high level. In general, the request will be to amend the urban services boundary in the urban policy area to allow for this area to be urbanized and added into the county's urban area. via a master plan and a specific plan in this case. The specific plan area is a little over 2,000 acres, of which about 1,500 acres would be developed, and a little over 500 acres would be an agricultural buffer area. I was asked during the briefing what the distance is between the urban area and the river. And on the south, that is about 700 feet, or about an eighth of a mile at its closest distance. And in the north, it's closer to 2,800 feet and about a half a mile at its greatest distance. So I wanted to get that in the record from that question. The developable area will include a little over 9,200 dwelling units as planned here, with about 3 million square feet of commercial and a variety of amenities, including schools, parks, trails, a canal, and an urban farm. And as background, and before I go to the points on the slide, there have been long held discussions about the potential for additional urbanization in the unincorporated portion of the county for portions of Natomas. Some of those areas, the discussions go back decades, virtually as long as I can remember. But however, there was an intervening project called the Natomas Joint Vision that I'm sure many of the board members are familiar with, where there was an effort to look at multiple areas of the unincorporated Natomas. There were some workshops, including before the board, on some sketches and the identification of 4 precincts in that joint vision area. And this is one of those 4 precincts, and sort of set the stage for the initiation of the master plan. So in February of 2019, the board did take the step of initiating this master planning process as requested by the applicant. At that hearing, there were board member comments about making sure that we held a very robust community outreach program as this land use plan was framed up. So the county staff and the applicant team worked, and we did mail out about 9,000 postcards. We held a large open house out in Natomas, as well as 4 neighborhood meetings. The applicant did address some of the comments that were made as a result of that outreach process, and submitted an application in March of 2020 with some revisions. County planning staff has deemed that application complete and ready to move to this next phase. We have gone to a number of our internal county advisory committees, including the Bicycle Advisory Committee and the Natomas Community Planning Advisory Committee, who are recommending approval of the next step of the planning action, and the Planning Commission also is recommending approval. So the next slide just kind of shows that this is a long and complicated process. We are certainly nowhere, we're not here today for adoption. I want to make that clear in the record. You're simply taking the step of deeming this sufficient enough to begin the very costly and complicated technical studies that have to be prepared, as well as the environmental impact report. So as part of the environmental impact report, there will be a variety of technical studies that have to be done. Those technical studies inform the EIR and the identification of potential impacts and mitigation measures. The slide just references a handful of technical topics that will have to be evaluated, such as transportation and traffic, biological resources, and I do want to note that there is an existing adopted Natomas Basin Habitat Conservation Plan. The county is not a signatory to that, but it does exist there and makes a number of assumptions about land, including this area. There's also a Metro Park Habitat Conservation Plan, and so county staff have, through the vision process, have long anticipated that there may need to be a newer amended HCP, but that is yet to be worked out. So that's something we'll be discussing and analyzing through the process. And then we'll be looking at other topics such as agricultural resources.
Leanne, before you leave the slide, on the subject of the habitat protection in the area, I mean, just to be clear, there's a broad kind of array of alternatives here. It's not just the fact that there is an existing HCP that affects the basin. That's clear to everyone. It's clear to the city. It's clear to the county. But just because there is an existing HCP doesn't necessarily nullify the fact that there could be, in the course of exhaustive, negotiations and discussions with the federal wildlife agencies and state as well, that there could be other ways to accomplish the goals that an HCP accomplishes as well, correct?
There are a variety of mechanisms, and we do have to figure out what process we're going to approach here.
I just didn't want to have you leave the slide and leaving those that are watching or my colleagues with the impression that there's only a singular way to address habitat protection in the area.
Right. It's certainly a complicated topic and one that I'm not sure where we'll land eventually.
Thank you.
Moving on to other areas of topic that in your package is related to the reimbursement agreement. Just a little background on that. You previously have adopted a funding agreement, so that ensures that the cost of as with all these master plans, are borne by the applicant and they're not borne by the taxpayers. So that was adopted at the initiation phase. What's before you now is a reimbursement agreement, and what that does is it allows the folks who are paying for this upfront specific plan, because there are non-participating property owners, if those non-participating property owners can move forward and urbanize in the future, then they basically have to pay a fair share back to the folks who bore the cost initially. So the reimbursement agreement sets up that framework and that expectation. However, you would not be setting a fee until after adoption of the process, when the board would have a chance to review all those costs and determine what are reasonable costs, and then you would set a fee based on that.
And that's a fairly routine construct to fund the planning process and reimbursement for all the kind of soft costs that go into a project of this size, correct?
Absolutely. It's something that's allowed in state law, and the county went to using this type of approach when we adopted the 1993 general plan. So we have probably over 20 years of experience now of doing these funding agreements and reimbursement agreements. Yes, very so good. It is very common for these large master plans. So finally, as I mentioned, the phase that we are in today is an opportunity for the board to see the plan as it's being proposed and to provide us with any input that you have, as well to hear from the public. And staff has looked at the land use plan, and we do think that the layout incorporates many of the smart growth principles that are called for in our general plan for these master plans. It has a core urban area and a mix of uses and densities. And so we do want you to look at, to make sure you believe it matches the comprehensive and cohesive planning that you're expecting. We have identified some potential general plan policy issues that we're going to be working with the applicants on to make sure that there is nothing when we return for project approval that needs to be reconciled there. And then finally, I think we already touched upon the issues with habitat conservation planning. There were a number of written comments that were made for today's hearing. Many of those are generally positive. There were a lot of comments, a lot of positive comments in the record for today. There's been a long process. I did want to acknowledge there have been comments both in support and with concerns throughout the process, including some concerns expressed in earlier workshops. So just to acknowledge all that process that's happened. And then for the final slide in the staff presentation, our recommendation for the end of your hearing today would be that you direct staff to initiate environmental review and adopt the two resolutions, one related to the reimbursement agreement and one related to the transportation analysis.
Okay.
That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you, Leanne. I know that we do have the applicant team on hold, ready to address the board. I got to say, I appreciate the brevity of the presentation. You covered certainly the important highlights. Leanne, I'm a little disappointed only because you didn't start with the mantra that I've been trying to use each time that there's an aspect of this project proposal that's before the board, and that is, well, there's actually two parts to that mantra. The first is proceed at your own risk. for the applicant team. I think that has been made clear from day one in terms of no guarantees, and then of course, along with that is that as a planning professional myself, this is going to have to be an award-winning, extraordinary plan, both in concept and ultimately in function, if it's the will of the board to approve this ultimately. And I am very sincere about that, very serious about it. I think this needs to be a project that really pushes the envelope and leads other planning efforts here in the county of Sacramento as an example, whether that be with regards to how we handle VMT, vehicle miles traveled, whether that's relative to possibly even looking at this as one of the first electrified master plan communities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. One of the things that intrigues me about this property, knowing it as well as I do, is the fact that it is uniquely positioned to the region's largest central business district here in central Sacramento. Literally, I think it's about 3 miles from downtown. So I think it's near an interstate too. So I think it's got a lot of potential, but again, it comes with no promises, commitments certainly speaking for myself, by me, other than my willingness to listen intently and if asked to help look at some aspects of the project or the planning of the project that would help it achieve some of the goals I've already outlined. So appreciate the presentation. Do members of the board have any questions for Leanne at this point? If not, we're going to go ahead and hear from the applicant. Thank you, Leanne.
Okay, Mr. Rogers, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Chair, Nick Avdis with the Thomas Law Group here today on behalf of Upper West Side LLC. May I ask the clerk to pull up our PowerPoint presentation, please, and pull up the title slide?
Just 1 second. Metro Cable is working on that, and just give us a few seconds.
Okay. While we're waiting for that, again, Mr. Chair, thank you for those comments. We do appreciate the high bar that's been set for us by the county, and we're really excited to be here today to show you, I think, a truly exceptional and extraordinary project that we think is unprecedented in the region, and certainly want to extend my appreciation to staff. This has been a long process, will continue to be a long process, and we appreciate the collaborative nature of the discussion to move this project along and on to the next level here. So,
Mr. Avdis, before you proceed, just a little bit of housekeeping here. Please make sure that you're not proceeding, watching, or listening to the live feed, and please reference your slides by number if you can.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, I have your slide up, Mr. Avdis. You just let me know when you want me to proceed to the next page.
Absolutely. So thank you again. My name is, again, Nick Avdis with the Thomas Law Group on behalf of Upper West Side LLC, the project applicant here. I'm at the offices of Wood Rogers with our project team to be able to answer any questions as they arise. So on to slide number 1, Madam Clerk. So in terms of basics of geography, I think that staff did a great job sort of orienting the board on where this project is at and a lot of the history. Needless to say, I won't spend a lot of time on this. This is a long time in the making. This is not something that just popped up at the 11th hour, obviously. In terms of, can we go on to slide number 2? Some regional context, again, to Mr. Cerna's point about the distance. As you see here, we've identified Golden One Center as the center of these concentric circles. The outer limits of our project are within 5 miles of that point. And at the closest point, we're less than 3.5. So obviously a very unique opportunity to develop a considerable amount of housing and building a community very close to the urban core. On to slide number 3, please. Again, some particulars about the characteristics of the project. About 2/3 of the project boundary abuts the city of Sacramento. And if we included Garden Highway, it's obviously considerably more. While property is currently in agriculture, we could be considered an infill project given the nature and proximity of the project. On to slide number 4. So in terms of sort of the extraordinarily high bar that this project has set for itself, and certainly set by the county, I think that starts from the beginning. And certainly it started off with our initiation and our concept of a land plan that was truly forward-thinking and unprecedented in the county. The next phase of the project was this we call it an enhanced outreach, but frankly it was extraordinary outreach. I've never been involved, or I'm aware of a project that has been engaged in, at least a private project that has been engaged in this degree of outreach. We've gone beyond the standard 500-foot radius for notification. We've sent out over 9,000 mailers to property owners and residents. We've had 5 community meetings, as Ms. Moffitt alluded to, with hundreds in attendance, and not to mention the numerous meetings with agencies, county staff, property owners who we meet with regularly, and other stakeholders. So with that, I want to say that we are proud of the support that we have reached. I mean, certainly there is an extraordinary number of folks that have submitted letters of support. We also wanted to highlight the fact that a very key component of our project, which Mr. Tim Denham, our planning lead on our team, will get into here in a minute, is a support letter from Los Rios Community College from Chancellor Brian King. That is an important one because our project has another unique attribute. Aside from being extraordinary from a land planning perspective, it also has the possibility to include a vocational training center dedicated to ag tech and an urban farm, and that is really an outgrowth of the need in our region for sort of those mid-level ag tech jobs. I mean, as we know, agriculture is a significant driver of the economy in the Central Valley, and there is a shortage in the pipeline of qualified individuals to get into those jobs, and we look forward to continuing that dialogue with Los Rios and very much appreciate their time. We also obviously have support of the Asian Chamber, the Sacramento Black Chamber, and the Hispanic Chamber. But in any event, I won't belabor that. I'll slide, Madam Clerk, if you can go to slide number 5, I'm going to hand the reins over to Tim Denham to sort of delve into some of the design details of the project, and then I'll come back with some closing remarks.
All right, thank you, Nick. Should be on slide number 5, bottom right-hand corner. And we really believe that the Upper West Side is an opportunity to create something special and set a new model for master plan communities in the region. We started this process with 8 key planning and design concepts, and we've held onto those. And it is our goal to be an award-winning community. Next slide, please. Of those 8 concepts, we've embraced the idea of an urban town center with a mix of uses and vertically integrated housing or office over ground floor retail on the West El Camino Avenue, Main Street. We've actually hired a real estate market consultant, Greg Packlin, who is on standby to talk if there are questions regarding this, but he feels that what we propose is very viable and that every town center needs a lot of residential to support the commercial that's going to occur on Main Street. The project continues to average above 10 dwelling units an acre, which gets the max points under LU 120. And this is really the direction we need to go with master planning in the future to reduce our environmental footprint. Next slide, please. The Upper West Side Canal is a key waterfront experience, a unique waterfront experience. It's 1 mile long. The idea is to have front-on architecture. It'll serve as an important bike and pedestrian connection north-south to the plant area. We've made comparisons to Bricktown Canal in Oklahoma City, but there's one more closer to home. It's Napa River, which is one-sided, but if you can visualize that, if you've been there, visualize that being two-sided. Next slide, please. As Nick alluded to, we have an educational node in the northern portion of our plan with a K-8 site, a high school site, and the Los Rios Community College Vocational Training Center on 16 acres, all focused around a 10-acre urban farm. And we're really excited about the fact that Los Rios has expressed a lot of interest in this project moving forward. and having a focus on ag tech, new tech, sustainability, and the trades. We believe this campus could be a feeder campus for UC Davis, or students could find a great career without having to go to a four-year college. Next slide, please. The Greenbelt Urban Farm Program will extend through this community. There's a 2-mile north-south greenbelt along Bright Bend Road, and there are east-west connections that will provide a Class 1 bike trail. We also met with the Center for Land-Based Learning during this past year and a half, and listened to their suggestions, and we now have 3 tiers of urban farming. The Ag Community, which is more locally based to the neighborhoods. Ag Tech, which is at the community college campus that students can share and learn in the 500-acre Ag Buffer. Next slide, please. With regards to jobs housing balance, I wanted to stress that this project exceeds the threshold in LE 120 criteria by a factor of 2. We are within 5 miles of over 200,000 existing jobs. I want to stress those are existing jobs, not speculative jobs. We also propose 3 million square feet of commercial and employment on site to help provide a balance of jobs housing balance on site. Next slide, please. The transportation mobility component of this specific plan will be very important. Travel modes are changing and heading toward electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles, and the Upper West Side will incorporate these modes and plan for these modes of transportation, microtransit and micromobility options such as e-bikes and e-scooters. During the past year, we did an in-house study for our traffic and vehicle miles traveled, and we arrive at 12.5 residential VMT. So that beats the county standard of 14 residential VMT, where we believe the Fan Pair study will also beat that 14 VMT threshold, and we'll learn that as we go forward in the next few months. We think that's something that no other master plan in the region can claim. Next slide, please. Sustainability is a complex issue and it spans across all topics. The compact development form, micromobility, water quality, habitat, all of those issues are important. Again, over the past year, we've hired Frontier Energy and Schweitzer Sustainable Community Solutions to fully investigate, our goal being the first net zero electric community for all construction types. We're aggressively researching the options of how to make that happen. Next slide, please. Adjacent infrastructure is one of the key smart growth principles. The Upper West Side will support existing extensive investment that has occurred around it, and will build upon and support these existing systems. We believe this project can proceed forward in a very realistic manner without being held back by major offsite infrastructure hurdles. Next slide, please. The Upper West Side Land Use Plan aims high. We challenge ourselves at the beginning of this process to meet or beat all of the LU 120 design goals and design criteria. Our goal has been and will continue to be to pursue 24 points out of 24 points. We've also learned and evolved the land use plan over this process. And during our community outreach, we listened to neighbors. Probably the biggest changes are we dropped 1,000 units from the residential, and we dropped 2 million square feet in order to reduce some of our impacts. We also tapered the ag buffer to the north so that it was a half-mile wide. Next slide, please. This project also meets the SACOG growth principles. I don't think I'll belabor this in the interest of time. Next slide, please. The roadway master plan provides a modified grid and it will allow excellent connectivity and dispersal of traffic. We designated the West El Camino Main Street as a smart growth street on this recent version that we're reviewing today to allow some flexibility on design standards. Next slide, please. The bikeway master plan proposes a very robust system. There's existing bike overcrossing at the westerly tip of the project, and from that point it is 5 miles or less than a 20-minute ride to downtown, mostly on Class 1 trails through open space. Well, some people may make fun of me. I think this is a pretty sexy aspect of the project. You could live in this community and be able to ride downtown and not have to own a car as a young person. I think that's very important. Next slide, please. Next slides show kind of generally some highlights of the proximity criteria from the LU 120 goals in the general plan. And we try, again, to meet or beat these, and in many cases by a factor of 2. The school criteria calls for 95% of the units to be located within 1 mile. In our case, we have 94% of the units within half a mile or half the distance. Next slide. The same holds true with the park location criteria. The standard apply to 1 mile standard. This land use plan has 97% of its units within a half mile of a park. Again, half the distance. This is how you encourage residents to get out of their cars and bike or walk to their amenities. Next slide, please. The urban farm graphic shows, again, 98% of our units are within a half mile of this amenity, half the distance that's in the general plan. Next slide, please. We also looked at commercial location as one of the criteria. Again, 80% of our units are within a half mile, an easy bike ride, or even a walk from their home to the downtown town center or the commercial mixed use at the northern end of the plan. And next slide, please. Lastly, the transit location slide shows that 80% of our units are within a quarter-mile distance of the transit loop that's proposed to pass through the town center in a figure-8 loop. Again, half the half-mile distance that's specified in the general plan. So in all cases, we're trying to meet or beat by a significant amount the criteria that are in the general plan. And at this point, I'll yield to Nick to wrap up our final comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we get over slide number 23 and we'll wrap up here? So very much appreciate everyone's patience. Obviously, we're very excited about our project and do feel we've gone above and beyond in terms of the design and the vision of the project. I did want to comment on Supervisor Cerny, your comment related to habitat and species issues in the basin. We know that those are of critical importance, and certainly we're early in the process, and we appreciate the ability to maintain flexibility in our permitting approach. Certainly, we've been in discussions with the regulatory agencies, and it's not clear yet whether we're going to do an HCP or process a Section 7, just to be clear. So we appreciate that clarification. So in any event, I will stop there and thank everyone for their time, and obviously happy to answer any questions. Our team is here, and thank you again.
All right, thank you. We do have Supervisor Natoli with a question or a comment.
Just a quick question. As you were running through the presentation, there was some reference as to why the taper of the ag buffer, and it wasn't clear to me what was said there. So, I mean, obviously it was reflected on the map. It goes from a narrower band, as Leanne pointed out, 750 feet up to, I guess, to roughly a quarter mile or maybe a half mile. So was there some reference in the presentation? I didn't see it explicitly on the slide, but as you were running through the presentation, you referenced it. So could I just have a little further elaboration on that, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. So, the reason that it tapers is, obviously the buffer has been discussed in concept in some form or another for a very, very long time. Certainly we want to respect the desires of the Garden Highway residents who want to maintain, some separation from the urbanization and the rest of the basin. The taper is narrower down at the bottom because the lots, even though are rural residential, are much smaller. You have, 2-acre lots and maybe a little bit 2, 5, and maybe some 10. But as you go north, the lots become much larger. And so, in addition, there are Natomas Basin Conservancy preserves on the north, I guess that's northwest boundary. So we wanted to facilitate, obviously, some separation from that, as well as providing significant open space and ag opportunities along a buffer east of Garden Highway. So that's really the intent behind the tapering.
Okay, thanks, Nick. That's all I had.
All right, thank you. This is Chair Cerna. So there was some mention by Mr. Denham in the course of explaining the design concepts for the land plan about, there's a brief mention about urban farms. I'm not sure if Jeff is the right one to elaborate or not, or Tim, but how is that going to function possibly as a centerpiece theme for the project? I am in receipt of a few late written comments from constituents in the area that have expressed some concern about respecting the agricultural heritage of the area. So maybe I'd like a little elaboration from Tim on what the vision is or the expectation might be for how we, maybe even thematically really emphasize urban farms in the project.
Sure. This is Tim Denham. The urban farm theme, along the westerly edge of the project, there's an open space buffer that varies from 30 to 50 feet wide that'll be planted, essentially creating a hedgerow of trees between the project and the existing ag cropland and ag residential that is to the west. And then the urban farm program, the three levels. We talked to Mary Kimbrell at Center for Land Learning, and the ag amenity that's kind of focused around the residential areas. It's distributed. It could be a greenhouse, an outdoor kitchen, garden plots, those sorts of things, demonstration and educational opportunities. The urban farm, and talking with Mary, she said that 10 acres is a good size for the urban farm to be productive. She wouldn't go smaller. That's really a larger scale urban farm where you would have test plots for high school, K through 8, or community college certainly. And you could actually grow produce and food and deliver it to the town center as a farmer's market project at the student level. And then the students also have the opportunity to go west into the ag buffer and help there as well. Does that answer your question, Mr. Cerna?
Yeah, no, I think that does. Another question I have is about the interface with the existing urbanized portions of the city of Sacramento, namely near the intersection of West El Camino and El Centro. As you're well aware, that whole east side of El Centro is really heavily dedicated to highway commercial uses. You got a truck stop there, you have gas stations, you have travel motels, fast food restaurants. What's the vision for how you make sure that we don't get those same types of uses at a very important entry point for the project? What's the thinking behind some of the transition, especially as you quickly move westward down kind of a main street for the project?
So this is Tim Denham again, and so we are working with the property owners within the town center district to encourage vertically integrated development along the main street. We've made some great progress with those owners over the past several months. We've met with them numerous times, and just not ready to unveil anything on that yet, but we will incorporate it into our specific plan and design guidelines and development standards documents. To the east, we have an existing pattern of highway commercial uses, but we're trying to encourage with our plan those to transition over time into a higher and better use, more employment oriented, but not necessarily discourage highway commercial. I mean, it's an opportunity for hotels or offices or restaurants that like a freeway visible location. In the town center, we envision something very different from that, in that it's very urban, supported by residential and multi-story, 3- and 4-story development.
Okay, thank you. All right, those are my questions for now, or my comments from now, for right now. Do we have members of the public signed up to speak?
We do. We have about 6.
Okay, so remind me again how we're going to do this. Are we going to take those 6 commenters and then keep the applicant team on the line, or are they going to call back?
No, we'll keep the applicant
Okay.
team on the line. So, Mr. Avdis, can you please have the group mute the phone? We're going to take our public comments now.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let me have them start. Can you please transfer the calls? They're almost there. I'm sorry, they were going through a technical issue and they're almost done. They're communicating with me silently. Hi, caller, can you hear me? Caller, can you hear me?
Lagging just a little bit.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and start with your comments, please.
Okay. Hello, Chairman Serna and members of the board. My name is Rajkaran and my brother Virakaran is on the phone as well. Our family lives in the Upper West Side project area. We're both currently attending medical school at Nova Southeastern University in Southern Florida. In the very near future, when we complete our residency, we look forward to moving back to our hometown of Sacramento. Establishing the Upper West Side community will be a huge step forward. It will create a unique and desirable niche for people to live and enjoy life in the greater Sacramento area. With the planned amenities, schools, and walkability, this project will make our community an ideal place to have children, raise families, and enjoy the beautiful Northern California environment. I firmly believe that this project will bring many valuable opportunities for our community. Having a desirable location will significantly help local businesses thrive. We can expect unemployment to decline and make an active effort to increase housing for our citizens. As you are all keenly aware, we lack enough housing for our community, and the Upper West Side presents a plan that promotes smart growth and exceeds all of our regional planning goals. A wider variety of recreational activities and facilities will be available for members of our community. Our children will have beautiful new schools to attend. Our parents can enjoy their golden years within this gorgeous, novel community. The people of our community will be at a direct benefit should this project be passed. Therefore, we strongly urge you to allow this project to move forward and begin the environmental review process. As future physicians, my brother and I envision ourselves serving the beautiful Upper West Side community. We both look forward to that dream coming true. Chairman Serna and members of the board, we understand your time is valuable, so we would like to thank each of you for lending your ears today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, caller. Please start with your
Yeah.
comments.
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon, Chair Serna and members of the board. My name is Dan Ramos, and I'm here this afternoon on behalf of Ramco Enterprises and the Ramos family. We own approximately 35 acres within the Upper West Side project site, and we are basically on the eastern border. We're the furthest property to the east, adjacent and surrounded by the city of Sacramento. So back behind the truck stop up against the drainage channel. We have owned the land for over 35 years. The basin has changed dramatically since we bought the property. Farming and aquaculture were the prime land use then. However, it's very difficult to even make enough rent to pay for the water now at the property. So I wanted to stress that, unfortunately, this effort is very well supported by our family. Our property is surrounded by the city of Sacramento, and both residential and commercial development now all around us. We have applied several times in the city of Sacramento to annex our land to the city. Actually, had an auto mall effort way back when, and the city is been unable to process this through. And at this point, the city is not interested in any annexation, and we, quite honestly, we prefer the county. Just wanted to give my kudos to Tim Dunnan and the team at Wood Rogers. This is a very well done plan in terms of land use, and it's better for us to be part of an overall plan that addresses all the issues the county is asked them to address. And we love the idea how this project site it connects to downtown and city of West Sacramento region's jobs are. It's all about jobs, housing, balance, and the transit that connects it. So we're very, very favorable about this project and urge your support for it. Our family has a long history of investment in North Potomac Basin. We, along with our partners, have invested many decades of our family's time and money to develop the Metro Airport, which has really taken off now thanks to your efforts, too, of the county. One of the largest industrial manufacturing distribution hubs in the region. We invested in Thomas and want to ensure that it develops will be able to preserve its history, and we look forward to working with you with this project. This is a great development team, and we look forward to working with them. Thank you. We strongly urge the Board of Supervisors to allow this project the ability to begin the environmental review process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Hello?
Please start with your comments.
Yes, start right now?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Gibson Howell, and I've been a resident of Natomas for about 26 years. Thank you, Supervisor Cerna and the rest of the board. I have two comments that are actually questions for the presenters if they can answer. First is how can they claim the existing infrastructure is sufficient, but their own traffic forecast shows the impact will result in a level of service of F on multiple roads, especially West El Camino interchange, which would be extremely expensive to widen. They're stating going from approximately 16,000 cars a day to 69,000 on an interchange that is only a two-lane road. And secondly, I'm seeing that less than 300 acres of the 2,000 planned acres are currently project members, and that is currently what is being asked to be rezoned. What happens if the 300 acres get rezoned, but the rest of the project doesn't go through? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, caller, please start with your comments.
Hello?
Yes, please start with your comments. And please turn
I can't hear you. What? Try that again?
turn the meeting off in the background, and then go ahead and start with your comments, please.
There's already somebody making comments right now.
Go ahead and make your comments, please.
When do I?
Please start now.
Ecos and its I'm sorry. This is Robert Ness, representing Ecos and its conservation partner, Habitat 2020. We wish to reiterate our concern and opposition to proceeding with the Upper West Side project. As you consider involving the next step in this project, we recommend the Sacramento hit the pause button and delay work on the development of a specific plan and preparation of the environmental document. We recognize that the subsequent preparation of the environmental document will provide additional information pertaining to our concerns. But we note that the board has never, ever turned down a major general plan amendment and specific plan since it began accepting them in the 1980s. Why pause? First, there is absolutely no need for additional housing or commercial development. There are a huge number of approved projects within the urban service boundary and more in the pipeline. Second, the county is undertaking the preparation and adoption of a climate action plan. Continued fringe development hinders the ability of Sacramento County to meet state targets for emission standard reductions. There is no guarantee that this project will significantly advance the ability to meet the climate action plan. It makes sense to put this project on hold at the very least until the climate action plan has been vetted and due consideration given to the implications of the development of this and the Grand Park project on the ability of Sacramento County to meet those targets. Third, the development of these lands would render the Natomas Basin Habitat Conservation Plan impossible to implement and would require the precedent-setting mitigation of listed species impacted by Upper West Side development outside the county. Fourth, opening up a major new area for urban development outside the South Sac HCP will further saturate the housing market, leading to the slower build-out of already approved projects within the HCP's boundary, and the potential to significantly reduce the assumed revenue stream to purchase mitigation lands necessary to implement the HCP. Fifth and finally, moving forward at this time only reinforces to other jurisdictions, landowners, and land speculators that in Sacramento County, business as usual urban sprawl and all its attendant costs is endorsed by local decision makers. While this project should rightly be dropped in its entirety, we would at the minimum urge the board to put it on hold until the following have occurred. One, the adoption of a climate action plan that vets the possibility of Natomas urban expansion beyond the USB. Two, a public discussion involving state and federal regulatory agencies, the Natomas Basin Conservancy, and the County and City of Sacramento on how Natomas urban expansion will affect plans to protect threatened species. As Supervisor Cerna mentioned, this is a key factor and it should occur early in the process, not at the end of the process. An impartial analysis of the potential for redistribution of growth associated with Natomas urban expansion and its impact on the implementation of the South Sacramento HCP. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Chair Cerna, members of the board, Chad Roberts at Hefner Law on behalf of Weaver Group, LLC, which owns a 37-acre parcel that's located on the north side of the main entrance into the plant area and the proposed town center. We're pleased to see comprehensive planning occurring in this area, and we want to thank the applicant team for moving this project forward. Over the past several months, as Tim Denham mentioned, we've worked with the applicant team regarding certain uses and design elements that we view as necessary for the success of not only this parcel, but also the plant area, given the strategic importance of these 37 acres. The applicant team has worked with us in good faith, including with our planner and architects, and we have done the same with the applicant team, and I believe our visions generally align. The applicant team has informed us that as the CMU designation is further defined in the specific plan, the existing CMC zone and county code, which includes our desired uses within the CMU designation, will serve as its guide. The applicant team has further informed us that the assumptions that will be provided to the EIR consultant for purposes of the EIR and accompanying technical studies will reflect that guide and desired uses, subject, of course, to the board's ultimate discretion when it comes to adoption of the specific plan. For these reasons, we support the applicant team's efforts in the item before you this afternoon. We respectfully request you approve the staff recommendation, and should you do so, we look forward to continuing our dialogue with the applicant team and remaining engaged as this important process progresses. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
We have one more.
Yep.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Chair Cerna, Vice Chair Frost, and distinguished members of the Board of Supervisors, thank you for allowing me to share my comment. My name is Joe Brazil, and my family and I own 2 parcels totaling 80 acres in the proposed Upper West Side development area. My family is one of the oldest farming families in this area, farming the same ground for nearly 80 years. Farming this land was productive and profitable a very long time ago. We've now been suffering losses for many, many years and had to sell some of our other property and assets in order to try to maintain our farming operations. The truth of the matter is this: maintaining an agricultural designation for my family's land just doesn't work anymore because it's simply no longer economically viable for us to farm this land. Here's why. Number one, urbanization. Development and homes now surround my farmland. Across the street from my land is fast food, gas stations, hotels, and lots of other retail, along with a fully built subdivision. Traffic has increased significantly over the years due to the surrounding urbanization. My land is only 5 minutes from downtown Sacramento, so many people live near my land. This traffic impedes our farming efforts and interferes with our slow-moving tractors and crop hauls. Theft and vandalism is at an all-time high, so it forces us to move our equipment and tractors in and out of our fields daily. Crop theft is also very rampant, yet hiring security doesn't make any sense because we're already losing money. Farming restrictions, such as cost-effective aerial pesticides, can no longer be used in the area due to all the urbanization near my 2 parcels. Target shooters trespass on my property to shoot at signs, boxes, and equipment. I literally caught a couple shooters on my land just 2 weeks ago. This is very dangerous to all the nearby people, cars, buildings, and homes, and their shell casings and bullets are detrimental to our farming efforts. Water table. The nearby Sacramento River has created decades of erosion and seepage. The water table on our lands is very high and limits our crop selection. Orchards can't be planted there because the root system can't thrive. The loss of soil integrity causes our crop yields to continue to decline each year. And lastly, property taxes and our operational costs increase for us each year while our crop revenue diminishes. In conclusion, some people may try to argue this is prime ag land, but they really need to talk to someone like myself, whose family has been farming this land and supporting Sacramento's restaurants and farm-to-fork infrastructure for nearly 80 years. Although my land is no longer economically viable for farming, I am delighted and fully support Upper West Side's proposal within their plan for an urban farm area. This area would be adjacent to 10 acres within their plan. It will be designated as an agricultural learning center to support and preserve the farming trade for the next generation of farmers in the greater Sacramento area. That is absolutely fantastic. Therefore, I am fully in favor of the entire Upper West Side development project, as it will be a vast improvement to this area, and it will do something that farming has never been able to do. It will provide much-needed jobs and tax revenue for our local Sacramento community. Thank you again very much.
Thank you.
That concludes your public comments.
Okay. Can we get Mr. Abdus back on the line?
Mr. Abdus, please unmute your phone.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you. So I assume the project team was listening as we were to those public comments. There's a few questions that were raised by some of the commenters I'd like you to respond to. I kind of grouped them as 3 questions. The first, and perhaps you have more, you noted more and want to respond to more, but the 3 main ones that I have, there was a commenter that suggested that transportation infrastructure is already insufficient, and some of the transportation planning, the roadway network that's envisioned for the project area is already assuming level of service at a very low performing level. Can you respond to that and maybe elaborate on what today's recommended action includes in terms of further analysis when it comes to understand how transportation and traffic impacts would be handled?
So certainly, Mr. Howell did raise, very important point. Traffic right now, as he can attest, and as I can attest as a resident of North Natomas, that interchange is awful today. And what our preliminary feasibility analysis did, that is the document that was provided as part of our project application, which is sort of a precursor, very high-level sensitivity analysis to existing infrastructure. It showed that there are problems today. Certainly as we progress down the road of the environmental review and specifically the transportation analysis, which is also part of the agenda today, authorizing the contract for Fair and Piers to commence sort of that full-blown, if you looked at that, that is a $500,000 document, which is extraordinary, but it should highlight the level of detail that goes into this traffic analysis. So really, ultimately what the document was that was provided as part of the initial project application was to determine whether, what the conditions were today and whether there was enough right-of-way to make this project work from a very, very high level. So as part of that analysis, there will be mitigation measures. The county has standards, and so we'll be working through those as we go through the next stage of the process with that regard.
Okay, thank you. The same commenter had a question that I more or less categorized as a concern about what happens relative to your non-participants in the specific planning process.
Yes, certainly. So the county has a policy, that identified the Upper West Side area, previously known as the Boot, as the area for which required a master plan in the entirety of that area. Yes, we do. The owners group owns about 300 acres within that plan area. They are the group that is funding this effort, but as you heard during the public comment period, including Mr. Ramos, Mr. Roberts, and Mr. Brazil, who are all non-participants, obviously very keenly interested in development of their land, which is within the Upper West Side project. So I'm not sure that there's anything further to say on that.
Well, the only thing I would say is that my experience and my knowledge of how master planning has proceeded over decades, not just in Sacramento County, but in California, is that oftentimes when you have PUDs or you have specific plans, large comprehensive plans, you do normally start out with less than 100% of property owner participation, and it's very likely that as plans begin to be honed and refined, there's mechanisms by which non-participating owners can participate at a later date, pay catch-up fees, certainly stay in touch with the planning process as it progresses. But would you agree that this is really a fairly expected and somewhat normal way that a specific plan of this size is proceeding?
Yes, that's absolutely the case, and certainly in the county of Sacramento, it is the norm.
Okay. And then I had last question was about the climate action plan, and what is the project expecting to do or is doing to assist with that process, and what's the expectation in terms of abiding by what conclusions come out of that separate yet parallel planning exercise that's really focused on how we're going to, as a county, make sure that our comprehensive master plan projects are doing everything they can to minimize greenhouse gas reduction.
Yes, to that point, as you could tell from the project as a whole, sustainability goals and objectives are paramount, including relative to BMT, air quality and greenhouse gas emissions. That really is a very important component for our project, and certainly in terms of our project being extraordinary is a very integral component to that fabric. With regards to the climate action plan, we're very fully supportive of the county's efforts. With that regard, we are committed to fully abiding by the climate action plan. In fact, we have agreed to participate in funding of the climate action plan, without which the climate action plan would not be able to muster the resources to be completed. So we are all in on the cap.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions. Other members of the board have questions for the applicant team? Supervisor Natoli?
Just a question for our staff. So just to Mr. Avis's point about, obviously we've asked for contributions from certain interests, but I'm not so sure I agree that we wouldn't do the climate action plan without participation from the Upper West Side. Is that accurate? And if so, I want to be sure that the public process as it relates to climate action plan, appreciate what his response was to Supervisor Cerna, that the outcome nor the ability to complete that plan is not tied to somebody's participation or not in that plan. So if it is, I want to know why.
Yeah, the climate action plan is really looking at the county-wide issues, including much of the existing urban area. Each of the master plans is going to have to address their own unique circumstances and how they are going to be adding growth while addressing the overall requirement that reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And so as we've moved forward, you recently heard a pending master plan and how they were addressing their own emissions issues and greenhouse gas issues. Upper West Side, as with all the other master plans, are going to have their own framework and their own plan, and we will fit that into the climate action plan. As I think you are all aware, given funding limitations on the part of the county, we did ask each of the pending master plans to contribute to the consultant costs to allow us to move forward in a timely manner with the climate action plan. The county has funded a lot of the past efforts, and the county is funding the staff costs, but we were short on consultant costs. So we did ask each of the master plans to help pay for that. They aren't controlling that. I mean, they are a stakeholder like many other people are. So they are certainly related, and we do appreciate their funding. So does that answer your question?
Well, just let me put a little finer point on it. Again, this is, not so much for what Nick said or Upper West Side, but if folks had elected not to participate, obviously they still have to participate in their own planning process. Do I take from that that we would not have been able to proceed with the climate action plan? I mean, it was clearly a directive from this board back last spring, and so I want to be clear about that.
Whether they participated or not, we were going to do the climate action plan.
Right.
It was just a suggestion that came up during Mather South.
Yes, no, I get that, and I'm not unappreciative of that, but it wasn't.
No, we were going to do it. We are on the track to do it.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Any other questions by board members? If not, before we entertain a motion, I just want to say for the record that in addition to some of the comments that were made verbally here today, telephonically by the Thomas residents and property owners, I have had a chance to have a number of conversations with James Corliss, the Executive Director of SACOG, who I know is watching very intently at the planning that's commenced thus far, and how the county is moving forward with the recommended actions today. And I've certainly committed to him to make sure that not only are the blueprint principles that have been highlighted by the applicant team in the course of their presentation going to be continued to be a critical component consideration for the project, but that at some point, at the appropriate point, and I'm guessing it's going to be during the environmental review process, that they have an opportunity, that is the agency, SACOG, have the opportunity to chime in and give us some of their opinions, quite frankly, about how we can continue to hone and refine the plan to make it as good as we all want it to be, and be that award-winning project that we can be proud of here in Sacramento County. So with that, Supervisor Peters?
Yeah, thank you. Two questions. I've had a couple calls from property owners who are looking at what they think their land is going to be designated, and they want to know if they'll have a chance to change that as the project moves forward. Is that a negotiation with the applicant or with the planning department?
Probably a little bit of both, but a lot with the applicant. I mean, clearly we do have a land use plan in front of you, and that is what we intend on studying in the environmental impact report. So if those land uses are dramatically different, the application in front of you is what we plan on studying in the EIR. Obviously, there's an opportunity for public comment through that process, and there may be alternatives that are developed. Not knowing what that is or what those proposals are, it's hard for me to commit to whether they would be considered an alternative or not. But we are reacting to the applicant's
So they should
land
call
use
planning
plan.
and talk to you?
Yeah.
Okay. The other question, completely different, is flood control. And what is the status of this particular piece of land, and will it move through SAFCA at the same time? How will that all coordinate?
Right, so clearly there's a larger effort being undertaken by SAFCA to address the larger levees in the Natomas Basin. And through the public process, we have indicated that moving forward with the actual construction of homes is likely dependent on significant
Receiving
progress
designations.
in those that levy work. Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, any further questions, comments? If not, I'm gonna go ahead and move staff recommendation. Look for a second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Great, thank you. Mr. Abdus, I don't know if you're still on the line. Thank you to the applicant team.
Thank you, Chair Cerna. Thank you, board members.
Okay.
So now you are on to county executive comments, item 54.
No comment.
Okay, thank you. And board member comments. I know that Supervisor Frost had I think she had a video to present. I think Supervisor Peters beat you to the punch here in terms of the queue. So we'll go Supervisor Peters and Supervisor Frost and Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you. Potholes, one of our favorite subjects around here. I've been thinking about something Transportation Department could do that would make it more efficient, and that would be if all the potholes they fill are on a GPS system, and so every year they would know. I mean, potholes never go away. They're the gift that keeps on giving, and they have to be filled every year. Instead of waiting for the public to call it in on 311, if they had GPS, and anyone who's used their smartphone to turn it in, they've got the GPS. It just seems, I mean, it would take some effort at the beginning, but it seems like that might be a more efficient way to go about it, rather than coming in and doing one block and a few here and there. So I'd just like to get some feedback on that.
All right, we'll look into it.
Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Frost.
Yes, thank you, Chair Cerna. I wanted to bring up an issue that's come to my office in the past and seems to be growing in the past year. I don't know if everyone has the problem with sideshows. I know my district, North Sacramento, South Sacramento, and the size and frequency of the sideshows seem to be increasing. And in case you don't know what that is, I brought a video that our clerk is going to show us. It's a quick video.
Sacramento police say these sideshows are getting worse in Sacramento and the Bay Area, each one filled with danger at every turn.
You have people that are in the roadway. You have people that are extremely close to vehicles that are doing donuts in the roadway, and sometimes they could lose control and go into the crowd.
So that, I guess that's the end of it. I've watched several of them. There was one where dogs were running in there, and they're
someone
they're
got
very
hit by
dangerous.
a car
Last weekend.
This month there was a Sac State student that was hospitalized, and he was struck by one of the vehicles. And in my district there was a home where they ran into a garage, smashed through a garage. And our law enforcement's been able to make some arrests and manage it by impounding vehicles in the past. I'm not entirely aware of what the punishments are that are involved around this, but it seems to be growing since COVID, seems to be getting worse, and they seem to be getting bigger, and especially in Rio Linda, we're having those issues. And so I just wanted to ask if staff could take a look at this. I know they're, maybe at what are our options for enforcement. I know that San Francisco has been cracking down on sideshows, and there are other jurisdictions in the state that are experiencing this. So there's places where we could look, not that we have to do what they're doing, but just that we could just see what they're doing. So I just wondered if you would, staff could look into that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do we all agree that we have that problem in all of our respective districts?
Yeah, in the rural part of the
Empty
county.
shopping center parking lots.
Metro Air Park.
Yeah.
I hear them every Saturday night, so.
Yeah.
Good suggestion, thank you. Supervisor Tully.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up to, I should have asked earlier today when Dr. Beal and Dr. Kay were here, but we'd had some outreach a few weeks ago from some of our park districts in the county relative to activating Wi-Fi, helping them with that, going back to the conditions with the lockdown and so forth. And I don't know where we are with that. I know we were going to look into it, but we have a couple park districts who actually step forward and with the COVIDs could certainly utilize some assistance to...
So our regional parks director has reached out, and I'll have her give a report back to the board on what
if you
she's
could,
finding out.
because again, I think it's timely, and if we can use CARES money to assist with that, I don't know, there is some connectivity, obviously, to distance learning, people being home all the time now. So, yeah, if you could have some report back to the board, that'd be great.
Okay, very good. All right, I know we have a couple of adjournments. Why don't we start with Supervisor Frost, and then we'll conclude with Supervisor Natoli.
Okay, and I believe Flo has a photo. This evening I want to close our meeting in memory of Jean Duncan. Jean Duncan passed away peacefully in her home on September 11 with her loving husband and family by her side. Jean was born on January 8, 1938 in Ink, Missouri. Her family moved to California when she was 8 years old. Jean was the oldest of 8 children and graduation from Arcata High School. She married her husband Jack on October 14, 1954, and in 1957 they moved to Citrus Heights. Jean worked at the Ken L. Services, Reliable Pontiac, and Suburban Ford prior to starting the family business. In 1981, J&W Auto Wreckers was started. Jean's expertise was bookkeeping. Jean was very active in Citrus Heights Chamber of Commerce. Her passion was serving the community, did not go unnoticed. She was often referred to as Mrs. Citrus Heights. Jean was also very instrumental in the incorporation of Citrus Heights. Her community was very important to her. Jean had many interests which led her to being involved with the Auto Dismantlers Association. She also served on the board of directors for Hearts for Parks as well as the Sylvan Cemetery. Another one of her passions was Seroptimist International of Citrus Heights, where she served as president multiple times. Jean loved spending time with her family, husband Jack, daughter Pamela, son Mark, and grandchildren Samuel, Sarah, Neil, Savannah, and Spencer, as well as their great-grandchild Cad. We will all miss Jean as someone who possessed a great passion for her community and her family. And I just want to say Jean was loved by the community. She was considered one of the city founders because of her hard work over time to get Citrus Heights' approval as a incorporated city. And we'll miss her very much. And Miss Citrus Heights, may you rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also ask we today adjourn in memory of Robert Bob Smith, a former county executive for the county of Sacramento. And I'll take just a moment to go through a bit of his background. Bob was born in Fullerton, California in 1939. He grew up in the Southland and was a graduate of Cal Poly. He got his degree in entomology, and kind of a strange entree to becoming a county executive later in his latter part of his career. But he took his first job with the County of Los Angeles in public health. He worked in East LA for a number of years, and it was noted in the obituary that ran in the Sacramento Bee that on the job he met many families who were poor or challenged socioeconomically, and found them often living in squalid conditions. He, in struggling to make it, what was termed in the article, Golden State. But in them, he recognized his own parents who had come west from Chicago with ambitions for a better life as well. And throughout his career, as it flourished, he remembered the people that he'd met on some of those early rounds in his early part of his career in public health. Following 10 years with LA County, He and his wife, Sally, who was a nurse, and their 3 children moved to Sacramento, where he took a job in the early 1970s as an analyst with the county executive's office. He soon began to move up the chain a bit and was appointed the deputy and later on the executive director of the Sacramento Housing Redevelopment Agency. And I remember Bob in the 1980s was charged with seeing to it that affordable housing was built in the county, and some of the approaches in the past had met some significant resistance, but he took the approach that you could do some scattered site housing and do it in a way that was dignified for the residents, but also fit well with neighborhoods. And I know that he oversaw some meetings, actually one that filled the community center, believe it or not, that related to that particular issue. But he was successful, and I think some of that housing today is a real testament to his efforts, but obviously the commitment that he had to helping folks in the community meet the obligation for affordable housing. During his 23-year career with Sacramento County, he served in different capacities. In fact, was executive director of the Ad Hoc Charter Commission at one time that looked at city-county consolidation, and was also tasked with, in the early days of the formation of the Sacramento Metropolitan Cable Commission. Finally, in 1991, he was appointed county executive, and he served in that capacity through 1995. And so I had a chance in my freshman year on the Board of Supervisors to work with Bob directly as a member of this board, and certainly his role as county executive. The Sacramento Bee, at the time, deemed him to be someone who was tough but fair, and one who made difficult but compassionate funding decisions during the severe statewide recession in the mid-90s. And according to many who know him, it was concluded that Bob's commitment to needy people endured throughout his lengthy public service career. Retiring in late 1995, he and his wife Sally would participate in a number of pursuits and hobbies, including he had what was termed as the Legion of Llamas. In 2005, he and Sally returned to Sacramento to be closer to their family. He passed away earlier this month. He's survived by his wife of 55 years, Sally, his sons, Lance, Rob, and Michael from a previous marriage, daughter Sarah and Stacy from a previous marriage, and 6 grandchildren. He'll be remembered as someone who was certainly deeply committed to public service, to his community, the Sacramento community, and will be missed for his humor, his honest and straightforward mannerisms. And I would just term him as having someone who really cared deeply for the people of this county, served them well, and he was a good and decent man. And I know he'll be missed by all those who knew and loved him.
Very good. Okay. All right. If there's no further business before this board, we will adjourn in memory of Gene Duncan and Bob Smith.